and an objective summary of the last from our last CIHALC event. And I would like to give you a reference. Every single year, at the end of November, beginning of December, we have more than 1,800 people in order to search for books, in order to look for books to our fair. Right now, we have more than 2,300 person were part of this CIHALC number 2. So, and we have a great impact in social media as well. But we would like to make this reflection. But in 5 years, we imagine in 5 years that the people, besides that comes to the fair in order to look for books, they can come and think about social issues, environmental issues that we're living and going through right now. And that's where everything starts. We have to take in consideration that also the pandemic give us opportunities to open this types of events to more people. And we have to think about that habitat. We need to open this subject to multilateralism. As part of the committee of the CIHALC, we would like to make a references to Marta Delgado Peralta from Mexico that pushed this project with also other people involved were involved to the point and the moment that we are right now with the CIHALC. How can we construct, how can we build a mechanism between the private sector, the civil society, the government, and understand how can we articulate them? And this is the motive, the proposal, and the invitation on how can we think about every single time that we have already a habitat forum in El Cairo, Egypt in November. We are going to have the possibility in August to prepare a declaratory in a collaboration manner as a region, and to think about that this is a process that we are proposing, and we are super thankful with every single invitation, and as we're doing with Madam Minister from Ecuador right now, and all the government and all the community, because we don't think, why don't we think about in a series of events in the region. Also, we have to think how to escalate them, because that's the beauty of the CIHALC figure. We have we can have encounters in the neighborhoods and magno events, regional events. And for example, if we think about in 2024, in all those sub-regional different events, the leaderships from every region, and we can construct in a collaborative manner, because we can do this, because it is important in life to be together and to understand where do we want to go. This could be a different exercise for all of those objectives. I would like to give you this reference right now. This could be also a vehicle, a platform that allows us to articulate. We also understand that there's a high probability that the next global forum could be in Latin America, and with that, we can build in a collaborative manner. And finally, I would like to give a reference, final references. This is the governance forum from CIHALC. With that, we have a general council of experts from the region that are helping us with their expertise, and we want to translate that expertise into a project that allows us to have sustainability and that allows us to be useful. With this exercise, we have started working with different councils, and we are going to have a pilot council where we are going to, and where that is about to be announced, and in November 17th in Chile, in Santiago de Chile, with the new perspective on how can we build with these different perspectives, with this platform that already exists here in Ecuador right now, in this exercise of national declaratories, theme declaratories also that we've been building since CIALC II of metropolitan regions in Central America, and also the inclusion of the youngsters and the women's perspectives, with a very strong group of women in the region that is articulating the essential issues about gender and equality, and the perspectives also from the younger people. So we're going to do this event in November 17 with the participation of governments from the region, also the participation of the government of Chile and local governments, also civil society, sorry, because we consider this is really important. Every single one of you can think that in their what to do with their lives. But in community, we need to look forward how we agree, do we reach agreements, and this is going to be a regional proposal. We hope this could be useful for the region with the academic perspective and a good reference and strong reference. That this is, sometimes they ask me if the CIALC is politics. CIALC, it's not a...
En este mundo complejo global, a veces es muy importante reconocer la otra parte.
It is really important to recognize common ways to collaborate. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Ahí está. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Bernd, for sharing with us about the CIALC project that looks solutions for habitat in the region. The biodiversity looks to develop the biological diversification that implies the creation of green spaces as the protection and restoration of the ecosystems. So all of this. Now we're going to learn a little bit more about biodiversities in the panel that we have right now, led by Emil Rodriguez, that comes from Argentina. He is the Director of Sustainable Mobility and Habitat from the CAF. A big round of applause, please. And with Emil Rodriguez, we have María Emilia Soria from La Roca, Argentina. Intendant from La Roca, Argentina. Ana Lucia Reyes, Major from Cobija from Bolivia.
Who is here with us today, all the authorities and the people who are here, and also to the Minister, Gabriela Aguilera, and also because of your bravery of pushing urban policy at a national level, and I think this is really important at a national level. These are not only housing policies, they're not isolated policies, but they are meant to generate city through housing. Congratulations to you and your team. Okay, today what unites us all here and what brings us to this panel is talking about a road that we are walking on from CAF for the construction of a Latin American network of biodiversity. I would like the presentation to be displayed, please. In a few moments until the presentation is displayed, I wanted to comment to you about this effort that we are doing with the collaboration with municipalities all over Latin America, and this initiative has a reason of being. Let's move forward. This initiative has a reason of being, and it's related to reflections that we have had from CAF, looking at the American continent, how the urbanizing processes have risen. What is the model that we have also? It has led us to reflections related to why we are promoting, where is it born from, this idea of biodiversidades, which is biodiverse cities. In the process of Latin America has been very marked with overcrowding in metropolitan areas. In the 70s until 2020, there was a rate of growth in the metropolitan areas. From the data that we have, the data from UN Habitat. Next slide, please. According to this data, between the year until 2020, the growth rate was 1.76% every year. But now there's a tendency that is different. Even though there are metropolitan areas in Latin America that keep growing, there's still overcrowding. The percentage of growth, the velocity of growth in which urban metropolitan areas have been growing will suffer from a de-acceleration of 40% even in some areas. So that means that the growth rate that is projected by the first global report of Metropolis 2021 from the UN, the growth rate is going to be less than 1.6. So this means 40% less. And this implies that there's a de-acceleration of metropolitan areas. But at the same time, there is a significant population growth, and we're going to go from 81% of urban population to 90% urban population. So this arises a few questions. So where are Latin Americans going? Where are we migrating? Where are we living? Where are we urbanizing? And in intermediary cities and medium-sized cities in the region that are receiving a big volume of growth and expansion, and unfortunately as well, these are the cities that represent more challenges in the institutional area. And nowadays, there are many global interests. Please, let's go to the next slide. There's a lot of global interest related to productivity, and this graph is very interesting, and we took it from MIT, from the Environmental Solutions Initiative.
Acá muestra específicamente.
And it shows specifically what I'm speaking about. All the cities that have around 300,000 inhabitants, they are marked by yellow. And in green, you can also see the biodiversity hotspots. This means that there are areas that are more biodiversity on the planet. So in the region of Latin America, we see that these cities are located in highly compromised areas with more than 300,000 inhabitants. What does this mean? The urban expansion of these areas, of these secondary cities, small cities, to where they are growing in our continent, are generating a lot of pressure over biodiversity. So with these reflections, we established an agreement with the Humboldt Biodiversity Institute in Colombia, and we started working on this idea to scale an initiative that arose from the government of Colombia in collaboration with the World Economic Forum, which is called Biodiversity Cities, like City Cities, CITIS. In 2022, they gathered all the principles for what biodiversity needs. So that we want to scale this to Latin America with the example of the Colombian initiative. And I think that it's very interesting to see where our cities are growing to. To generate biodiversities with the Humboldt Institute, there are 5 concepts that have to be worked on, 5 dimensions: infrastructure, governance, green infrastructures that are planned out, thinking about the link that there is between rural and urban areas, the importance of the transitions and the limits of cities, and also governance. How do we include the citizenship and the awareness of the citizens with the private sector as well, the economy or bio entrepreneurships and this view for the future of cities. We can't keep on moving with these enterprises or entrepreneurships based only with the consumption of the land without having an idea of renovation, circularity, recycling, and also in topic of health. We will speak about this correlation between nature, city, and urbanizing, and the impact that they have with the biodiversities or the concepts of biodiversity and health. And lastly, in the well-being of people, all of these efforts and this orientation has to translate into improving the quality of life of citizens. Next slide, please. So this publication I showed you before aligns perfectly to each one of the SDGs. So it's a way that through biodiversity we can use SDGs within cities as well, and to help cities be able to comply with the goals for sustainable development. And through this reflection we had in Barranquilla in 2021, we decided to scale the idea of biodiversidades to Latin America. And here in Ecuador last year, we had the pleasure of adding 20 more cities that are committed to this concept. And they look to have a harmonious relationship between urban development and the cross of the renovation of the instruments for planning and urban governance. And that's what we are aiming for. And this is the road that we have walked on in countries in the region. And we have had 9 forums in different countries of the region. And we have added more than 160 cities of 17 countries in the region that are committed with being part of this network and the protection of biodiversity from the point of view of urban development. We've had national forums, like the one that we had in Ecuador, but also we've had 2 great regional forums.
Para la zona norte de América.
One in Dominican Republic and the other in the Caribbean. And then another one in Ushuaia, where we subscribed. At the same time, we are adding strategic alliances with important partners. I was letting you know about the Humboldt Institute. They're one of our lead partners. And we just signed an agreement with UN Habitat, with the United Nations, to be able to advance in the construction of this network, which is what I will explain later. So where are we moving with the construction of this network? What do we want to do with all these cities that politically have committed themselves and they want to be part of this initiative and assume this commitment?
En el año pasado, en noviembre del año pasado, en Ushuaia, tuvimos un espacio de reflexión.
In November of last year in Ushuaia, we had a forum where we presented what would be the strategy of the Biodiversidades Network. And I want to clear this up. It goes further than having these gatherings, and I'm just saying they're very important. These meetings are important because they show the commitment and the decision that the mayors have in the region with this new way of looking at cities. In this meeting, we showed what the general objective of the Biodiversidades Network is, which is promote and materialize this model of biodiversidades in all of Latin America, understanding the protection of biodiversity as a central element of urban sustainable development. And we have some specific objectives that I would like to explain with the next slide. Every one of the specific objectives is related to different stages of development of the network. This first year and a half, we have focused on the first stage, which is sensitization and political commitment of different municipalities in the region to sign what we call the Barranquilla Declaration, which is where it all started. We have a second stage of consolidation, which we are going to start at the moment, and a third stage that goes parallel to the consolidation stage, which is the structurization of green projects. This is a map of our route between 2022, where all these buildings started to happen. I'm not saying that it shouldn't continue, but the strategy we have come up with to achieve results, the first stage of sensitization, we have been able to achieve more than 160 cities of Latin America and the Caribbean through a great socialization. It's incredible how countries want to be part of the network. They want to collaborate. They want to understand how this concept works. And from CAF, we know that it has been very successful. And the Humboldt Institute, in the consolidation of the network, we are working in the creation of the operative model, generation of a database, communication plans, monitoring, and we are doing this with the Humboldt Institute. And on the other hand, an important part of the network, after having had the political commitment, is to have the technical commitment. Going further than the political spheres, and to generate this technical commitment to be able to achieve a transformation. And here we understand that a training process with the municipalities, with their technical areas, is very important. Also with the political commitment. And through the different stages, these remain. And they also provide instruments to the municipalities. And this is another part that we're going to start with our strategic partners of training and education, and also understanding governance, how different areas of the municipalities that work in an isolated way can collaborate together to generate these types of projects that have a different type of impact, that are not traditional projects that have been taking importance in the years. But it's really amazing to see the possibilities that we have to strengthen the municipalities through these programs. The urban planning areas cannot work separately from the environment areas of the municipalities, but they cannot work isolated from the financial area, financing, urban planning, environment, have to work together to promote projects that are holistic. And this is something that we want to achieve. What's the idea? Once the municipalities are strengthened, we can help to structure projects that are financeable. Doesn't mean the whole training aspect should contribute to the whole construction process. And the capacities of the local governments, also intermediary and small cities of Latin America, can work together so they can tackle the urban growth that has been disorganized. And that's the last part, which is the structuring of the project with UN Habitat, with the Humboldt Institute, and other partners that I can't mention because it's not official yet. We are working in an incubator process for green projects. We will be announcing this at the end of the year, beginning of next year. And also the project accelerator, they look for the projects that are financeable. How can we help them finance their research or studies to become projects that can have financing by other institutions such as CAF, but other organizations. It's important to generate projects and that we have an impact. The network seeks to look from political commitment, that is the stage we're in, then technical commitments, and then being able to implement projects that have a new vision of urban development. In this sense, we are here with two witnesses and protagonists of the construction of this network, are international invitees, the mayors, and it's important to highlight the leadership that women mayors have in Latin America. There are some studies, and I think it's CEPAL that speaks about the quantity of women mayors there are, and it's a really small percentage, like 12%, but if we see how they are distributed, the women mayors in Latin America, many of them are in intermediary countries and small countries of the region.
Femenino.
It's interesting to see leadership, female leadership, to be able to achieve a different development model. And these are the cities that have these challenges and also having migration at an international and national level. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions to our invitees about the experience they've had with the network of biodiversidades and the projects that you are promoting with this spirit. In your experience, what can we show our colleagues of other countries about how this has been useful for you and how the concept aligns with the public policies that you promote in your cities? First of all, good morning, everyone. My name is Marimilia Soria. I am the intendant of the city General Roca in Argentina. It's a province in Patagonia. It's very cold in how Ecuador is. And I would like thank Minister Aguilera and also open a call for different intendants, mayors, and local governments, because we have been speaking a lot, but it's us who are in the first line of battle, in the trenches, that we have to apply public policy. And then we have nice blueprints, but we have to take this to the field. And that's when it's a little bit difficult if there's no empathy with the territory. I had a video that I would like to show as I'm speaking. Yep, it's that one. Thank you. It's a Patagonian locality in the valley, and I will speak about biodiversity and what Emil was letting us know. This region, in this very fertile valley, it's important to highlight territory. We have a city that is surrounded by chacras. We grow fruit, we export pears, apples, mainly apples. And this area, 100 years ago, was a very arid land. And it was thanks to the construction of watering that we started to generating productivity, and many cities are growing in a disorderly manner, as Emil was letting us know, and they grow in a disorderly manner, and then some land is invaded, and these are valuable, this is valuable land in which there is a huge diversity, there's nature, there's a cultural work that is ingrained in the area. And these areas are getting lost, and we are losing ground, and the ground is being used in a messy way. UN Habitat was speaking about 15-minute cities, and this is really important because when the city grows in a messy way, You stop thinking about parks, public spaces, and this contributes to the growth of a city. It's just a video, please just play it. So we're letting you know about urban planning through the signature that we have done with the agreement, commitment of being part of the network of cities. We accepted this challenge, first the sensitization. We're not going to talk about productive areas. We have a development plan, regional plan that we have to think about, which gives us food to eat and jobs. So we started to plan out the city to the northern part, to the driest parts where there is no irrigation, and maybe in these areas that are further away, that are uninhabitable, and we started to projecting cities and take services there, access to land for low-income populations, and we had the possibility of planning out the city, but thinking in parks, decentralization of municipalities, green spaces. The city General Roca is a city where the World Health Organization, by person you need 10 square meters to have health. In my city, we have 13.44 square meters for recreational spaces and parks. And this is really important to build communities, and also thinking about transportation, cultural spaces, workshops. And it is where this commitment, the city General Roca joined this effort. So through this commitment, we planned out these action lines. And it doesn't have to do with just taking care of the land or environment, but also planning in circular economy terms. Nowadays, we have an important project of waste management and recycling, where the municipality doesn't only promote green recollection points, but they also promote the purchase of these recycled products. Because it's really unfair to think that the municipality isn't giving a facility for purchasing recycled products. Maybe this is not happening here, but in my city, from one day to the other, they started to steal the caps of the sewage. So we implemented sewages from the recycled plastic that we recover from the treatment plant. So this one is resists any theft, and it generates. This is in every corner now, so people are looking at them and they see that their effort to separate waste and recycle does have. I'm gonna give you this information after I'm done. And the post with signaling also is done with recycled plastic. We also have park games, and to see that their effort of separating their waste is fruitful. And another subject that is important is participation. Nothing will be possible if you go like a horse without looking on your sides, and if you don't build community based on this. And after an important invitation that we had to Italy with GAF to meet the Pope, that is my colleague, we didn't know each other before, but we met there. And it's important to highlight this. So for the first time, Pope Francisco, through his encyclical Laudato Si, was speaking about our common home, which is the environment. And this is in our ears all the time, that we have to do something, stop looking to the other side. We have local governors, minister of government, leaders, mayors. We have to do something about the situation. And that's why it's important, this initiative by CAF, that pushes us and gives us energy for all of these projects that we have in mind to really materialize them. It's important to plan out the city with services, with green spaces, because the government through IDB and CAF has executed important projects through financing local governments. And my neighbors have water, gas, sewage, electricity, even in the most segregated neighborhoods. Probably they weren't planned out, or they were informal settlements. Now they are urbanized. We also think in moving on and continuing, and this is where this stage is to think about green projects.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, María Emilia, por tu...
Thank you, Emilia, for your intervention. And I was thinking about governance, how important it is whenever you are committed with changing the vision of urban development and integrating communities and the people who are the ones who will receive the benefits of all this vision. And Ana Luisa, please give us your thoughts on how biodiversity can be transversal in urban development. Good morning, everyone. I am greeting all of you here, and I thank the Minister Gabriela. Congratulations for the amazing work. We all feel very proud to see you very active and making changes. And hello to all the vice ministers, directors who are part of the government, our mayors, all the representatives of different institutions, and a very special hello to CAF and my dear colleague. Congratulations for your amazing work. I come from Bolivia, from the northern part of the country. I am mayor of one of the new capitals of Bolivia. Bolivia has 9 capital cities, and the youngest one is Bando. My city is called Cobija, and we have 110,000 inhabitants. And we are in this area that is 100% Amazonian. Whenever you reach the city, it doesn't look like the Amazon. It looks like a city in the highlands. And in its surroundings, it has suffered deforestation, and the vision is to see cement over cement. And we are always struggling, but we are the capital of the Amazon of Bolivia. And the capital of the Amazon has to be a city when we walk under the shade at noon. And right now there's not much shade because the deforestation has been massive. So we are working a lot with this change of vision. And it's more than 20 years that we've been working to demonstrate that what is ours can change our living conditions. And we work a lot with the relation of outskirts and city. And the rural area cannot be de-linked from the city, because us as a city are the ones who will use the resources of the forest. And we can show and do marketing of what there is. In the markets at a municipal level and also national level. In Pando, we are the major exporters of chestnuts, known as Brazil nuts. So we have chestnuts that said Brazilian nuts from Bolivia. And that's why we're so way behind that we have to set those labels. Another serious problem that we have is that Bolivia, even though we're the largest exporter, where can we buy our own chestnuts or Brazil nuts? Because 100% of those products are exported, and we don't even know it. The country doesn't even know the product.
Del cual ahora venimos mostrando no.
And this is a serious issue that we've been showing. So we have been consuming our own products like chestnuts, like acai, and other products that have an international market that is huge. Acai that is already out in the world. And we are the biggest producers in the world. So açaí, the Bolivian açaí is not consumed. It's an artificial product that comes from Brazil. And this is because of the lack of information, basically. So there's a lot of insistence in the products that have been produced, and they help a maternal lactancy project that is in the whole country, but this product is going to the trash because we don't know it, so there's no information available. So as a capital, what we are doing right now is to generate jobs, employment. The chestnuts and acai are part of the school lunches, and we have an agreement with associations of producers and women's associations in which we give them the conditions, and we have a municipal company for food products. We give them training, all the education they need, and the products are part of this market that's really important, which is school lunches. And these products, through the companies that are employed to distribute the school meals, this means 300 jobs, really. It has 1,300 workers, and chestnuts and acai generate 300 employments, which are completely independent from the public administration, which is always very complicated, especially in these times when we have a huge crisis. So that's the work that we've been doing. In reforestation processes, we are planting native trees and involving whole populations and taking advantage of the crisis that we're living in. And we tell the population, right now, people don't need institutions and authorities, it's the authorities that need the people. So reforestation with the population, cleaning the city, recycling with the population. We have a great advantage in terms of plastic recycling because Brazil, we're 1 minute away from Brazil. They have a really important market for plastic. And there isn't one plastic because it has a good price, and everyone is dedicated to recycling so that they can sell this plastic to the different Brazilian companies that come to our municipality, and where we also have agreements, and we have the machinery where plastic is decreased. So there's machines that compact the plastic. So we have an ecological city. It's a real Amazonian city, and you can arrive there and say, yes, I am in the Amazon. And here people who live here are responsible, including people in agriculture, sustainable agriculture. We're in this process, and right now people are changing their mindsets, especially the youth.
And Annalisa, with your intervention, you left me thinking that the cities are not islands. The administrative limits, they're not the real limits of the function of a city. We need to have synergy with the rest of the territory where we are at, where the cities are at, where the majors have competencies, but it depends on the governments and the collaborative work with their neighborhoods, with the neighbors, and sometimes with the rural areas. How do we share a vision of how do we plan our cities? Us from CAF, as I was saying, this compromise was born as part of a process of transformation of the bank that has in the last years to become the green bank of the region. And this is part of one of the bets that we have, one of the challenges that we have to go to the cities in that transition to become a green bank. We have the example of two cities here that share the vision that the bank has for the region also. But the title of our panel right now is financing, and we're talking about urban financing. And as financing, urban financing in general, right? I believe that Ana Luisa already touched on this point, but there's a line of thought that they don't see profiting from taking care of the environment. That this new model of this new vision could generate profits, high profits. Humboldt Institute, for instance, have data that shows us that the projects based on nature, sometimes they double the income that we can have, or the spend that we can avoid by treating differently this type of projects differently. So I would like to understand from you, from your initiatives, how can we produce profitability from some urban initiatives based on environmental solutions? I would like to highlight something that Ana Luisa said. It's that we have to be really careful, and we have to be firm about planting trees, because everybody wants to put their cars and park their cars under a shadow. So and nobody's responsible for that. So there's a small detail that I would like to add to that. Us from La Roca, that we were super firm on protecting the productive region, the apple region in General Roca. There's a tree, a particular tree that we have in General Roca, El Álamo, and this is related with the bamboo that you use here in Ecuador. It's a very tall tree. It's more than 30 meters tree. It's very thin, and that allows us to prevent us from the wind, because the wind hurts the fruit, and then we cannot export the fruit. So with that Alamo tree, we are doing research. So implement this tree in the construction of housing, the housing construction projects. In when we have in our industrial park, it is a municipal park where we are fabricating bricks. This yellow brick, this orange brick, that where we're trying to produce this brick, and we can involve women also in this work, and that's where we are planifying this sustainable housing with materials from the city, with products from the city, in order to implement the programs that we have as a municipality right now. So one of the solutions that has allowed us to work with the neighbors, with our neighbors. Let's see this before the pandemic. We needed to regenerate the economy of our cities. So that's where we implemented this mechanism where the neighbors have a card with no cost. They have an amount of money financed by the municipality. This is for the neighbors that have land given by the municipality. So in a place where the municipality already have services, infrastructure, and this card, this neighborhood can use in order to build a wall, build a roof, and in services in that city, in that is part of the city. In this case, those commerces, there are commerces that were already approved of being a sustainable commerce, that use solar panels, that separate, that recycle. And in a certain way, we are supporting that commerce that is doing that has proper principles, and we're joining also the neighbor that is helping us. And it is important to mention that the housing deficit, not everything is pink. Not everything is in pink in our city. And that's where we want to organize our housing projects, build with our very own materials that we are also analyzing technically in the city to understand their durability. But we want to plant, and we have this plant of residual, in order for the people not to throw this material to the river. This is not a municipality competence. This is the government competence. We're not accusing anybody, and yeah, we want to avoid the contamination of our rivers. So it doesn't work. It doesn't mean anything that we talk about this if we are polluting our rivers. So with the sewer water, right? So we want to apply this sustainable housing projects in our city, and eventually we're going to knock your doors off, CAF. Ana Lucia, I believe you have a reflection to share with us. Once again, I would like to repeat myself. When we consume our products, we help to preserve our forests. With our living forest, we guarantee an income, a daily income that is important, that has been demonstrated all through these years, and that helps us a lot today. With regarding our city, how we are capable to gain resources, and we have demonstrated this with when we talk about to give added value to our products. Now we have incomes with the cooperatives in Bolivia, the international cooperation. And I imagine in all the countries goes through the central government, but also we have the big NGOs, UNICEF, ASEA, SCAF, everybody, that through them we are making it happen and execute our projects immediately, that we don't have to wait for years for an answer. For example, we have a huge issue of dry in Bolivia right now. We are working with the cooperatives, with the protection of the cuencas of our rivers, and this is the work that we've been doing with biodiverse cities. And we are investing in sanitary batteries, including our plant also. We are also buying vehicles, and all the 100% of the investment based on this infrastructure. We have a protected area, preserved area of 3,000 hectares. It is a big park, ecological park within the city, that we're going to work with the cooperatives as well, with the corporations as well. So we have a center of environmental education for us to understand in the city, for the people of the city, understand why it is important to take care of our nature. So it is important, this investment that comes through the work that we've been doing, and every single time that we're going to have more and more and more, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to have working with the CAF in our Amazon, Bolivian Amazon. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ana Lucia. I would like to thank you for your participation, but I would like to make a final conclusion regarding what we have spoken today. It is important the capitals to reach the municipalities that need them, especially the medium and the low-income communities that need them most, where the problems and the issues of the urban growth is going. The cities keep growing, but these cities, we need to take particular attention to these cities. What we want to do from a multilateral bank association, we are intermediaries of these projects that land in every single location, but also we are with these strategies. It is not only a local development, it is a continent. We have a continent vision that we want to position Latin America within that global vision, and understanding what's the role that we played as because the future vision of a city. Latin America has a lot to offer. Our territory has a lot to offer to a sustainable future. So as I was saying in the previous panel of this, and the participation of these forums that we have in Latin America right now, and especially that and the representation of the cities that they don't have a voice in this global forums where the money is. and where the financial entities are, and then they don't reach those forums. So our final intention, our final purpose, besides the training and capacitation, is to be an intermediary there. So this network could be in those global discussions that Latin America has a representation, a proper representation. So I hope, for instance, in El Cairo, we need to be there, and we need to have a voice there also, and we need to show presence, to demonstrate our presence. But we need to build that from those initiatives that you've done in your countries, in your cities, recycling projects with the neighbors from the rural areas. And we, from those small actions, we start building, and we start constructing a vision from Latin America and for the world, but from here, project by project. So thank you very much. I don't know with the people of from the organization, do we have time in order to publish and show you a case where the Midubi, in collaboration with the municipality of Olmedo in Manabí province, has been working in some subjects related with housing and sustainable housing, and the use of local materials with the production of bamboo here. That is ingrained in the framework of this that we also have in Ecuador. 20 cities already part of this network, that the cities are already doing this work. So I would like to call Lourdes Guerrero, the mayor of, I believe it is important to dedicate a small moment to understand what are they doing at the province of Manabí.
Alcaldesa.
Mayor, welcome to this panel. Good morning, everybody. Madam Minister, thank you for this opportunity and this space. Well, would Ana Luisa, Maria Emilia, Emil, thank you very much for giving us those examples and show us the good results that you've been having in your territories. I would like to thank everyone at Midubi and also our representatives in Manabí, as it is the architect Fabian Pita and also engineer Pablo Jacome. Also, I would like to thank all of those majors from Manabí, from Chone, Puerto Viejo, El Carmen. And I would like to say that I am very happy to be part of those 6 cantones in Ecuador that we've been working with SDGs in Ecuador: Espejo, Chillanes, Penipe, Nabón, and that canton that I represent with so much pride, that is Olmedo. It is true that we are, as women in the political roles, we are facing a milestone and great challenges right now, searching for the ways to growth as a province, as a country, as a canton. It is true that we are part of Manabí with 22 cantones, and I belong to the Canton Olmedo, a canton that has 20 years of cantonization. It is a small canton right now and has approximately 28,000 kilometers, 10,000 inhabitants, and it is located in the southeast of Manabí. We have a lot of necessities. We lack of sewage, we lack of water, we lack of housing projects, we lack productivity, and we lack of income for our families to reach their development, the proper development. Now we are happy that our small canton, it is considered within this program, and we're so happy for this in order to work. And right now we're working with 19 houses, and also a new house that has been inaugurated. As Emir said, we are working with the cement and with bamboo also. Within the province of Manabí has a great history and tradition, because our ancestors, and we live in bamboo houses right now. They're super comfortable with the spaces, good spaces, with a nice environment. And it is important to say that the people that live there, as in the case of a family, 2 years ago they live in a house like this. They are very happy to have received this type of house, and they invite us and they ask us to keep giving these houses. Now we have 19 families that are in the process of having this new house. These are vulnerable families, the people that deserve these spaces, deserve to live in these spaces. We have asked from our canton, from our province, to approve more houses, to approve more projects like this, and this way to allow more dignity, to dignify living to these families, that allow us to a better environment, that allow us to continue participating in this program that is the SDGs. It is true that the sugar cane grows in our spaces and it allows us to have humidity and preserve water. So this combination allows us to preserve nature and to live in these spaces that allow us security, to give us security and give us the joy to see our elders and our children that for so many years didn't have dignified spaces to live. So I would like to congratulate my Madam Minister with the articulation and the work that you've been doing with INVAR in Ecuador. You can make a lot of families happy. You can make them happy, and you can make them satisfied with as being beneficiaries of these houses. I invite everybody, I invite to keep working with the cantones as the prioritized cantones. Cantones that for so long have been forgotten, that no one has given us the help, the necessary help that we need to have conjuncture with the corporations, with the ministries, with the banks, with the secretaries, and that allow us to work hand by hand in a teamwork and to construct those territories that deserve to grow. I am here, obviously, to create a relationship with you, to establish contacts with you, and through this important forum to understand new methodologies that we're going to put in practice in our territories. Yesterday, in our roundtable that we had with the neighborhoods, there were really interesting subjects that we touched, and I'm pretty sure that all of the cantones that we're participating in this roundtables, and we're going to be able to make it happen in each one of our territories. I'm very happy, and I invite you to keep working, and those prizes that we have already begun continue, because the smile and the joy of each one of the families are our inspiration and are the principal engine that push us to be compromised and to keep working with people like you. I admire you so much, dear Madam Minister, and for your work, for the work you've been doing with that amazing team. I want to congratulate for this forum, and I'm very happy to be here, and I'm happy to be representing my Canton Olmedo, to be a woman, an empowered woman, and Ecuador deserves to grow, and we can make it happen with all of you. Thank you very much.
Ahora sí, para cerrar, muchas gracias.
Okay, now we are going to close the panel. Thank you very much for all of our panelists, Maria Emilia, Ana Lucia, Lourdes. We are here, SCAF, in your disposition in order to help you with whatever you need, whatever your needs are.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Emil. Thank you, Madam.
Ha sido sin duda una muy fructífera.
This has been a very interesting journey since today, and I would like to invite you to know the stories behind those smiles in our beautiful exposition named Faces, Rostros, that it's in the outside the auditorium. I invite you to have take a look at this exposition. We're going to have a break of 10 minutes right now, And I would like to invite you to answer our survey, our satisfaction survey, by scanning the QR code that you have in the screen right now and also outside the auditorium. Thank you very much.
porque pensamos que era un documento.
Así es.
Pero ahorita...
Es más acá sí.
Justo me prenden, carambas. Es que la gente se está sentando.
Buenos días, les invitamos por favor a tomar asiento que en pocos
We
minutos
invite you
estamos
all to
empezando.
take a seat. We're going to be starting in a few minutes.
Bueno, estamos listos. Bienvenidos nuevamente y saludos a las personas que nos siguen acompañando.
We're asking all the people who are following us through our official channels. We remind you that this forum is being transmitted live in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. And you can find the links to our official page, www.forourbanoese.com. Please don't forget to tag us with the hashtag ForoUrbanoS. Edu, a lot of initiatives in the world and the region have opted for funds to apply to dealing with climate change to implement the international agendas of sustainable development and climate change. In this context, Midobi in these last 2 years has been the leader of the Habitat Prize Ecuador that seeks to promote the implementation and formulation of projects that have to deal with climate change and contributes to the sustainable agenda in Ecuador, and also the contributions that have been determined for Ecuador and the implementation plans.
Voy a ser la excepción.
This year couldn't be the exception, and this is why we are asking Gabriela Aguilera, our minister, to know more about this initiative and launch the official call for the prize Habitat Ecuador.
Bueno, muchísimas.
Thank you so much. First of all, before getting started, I wanted to thank Emil for the panel he had with our women and female mayors from Cobija and General La Roca, and all the information and all the work that they transmitted that CAF does with Biodiversidades does inspire us to work for a better world, for more sustainable cities. And thank you so much for having shared with us. And it's an honor to have Emil here. Now we are presenting the third call for Habitat Prize, and I will be very excited like I was yesterday in the presentation of the policy that was presented to the president. And this prize was born as a dream that I had with my work team of looking for a response of our country for urban projects with a climate change focus, and looking in what way Ecuador can have a project portfolio for projects that have a climate change focus that allows us to fulfill the agreements, international agreements that we saw the first day. And we saw the first day in the Paloma's presentation about the importance of the Paris Agreement and the framework of Sendai, the new urban agenda, and how we are following this road in which we cannot stop from contributing with our grain of sand. And this is our third consecutive year for the call for the prize. There's a lot of anecdotes and stories, and I was remembering one of them today with the mayor of Chone, who won the first call and second place. And he was named as in the third place, and I just stood up in the ceremony and I said, no, you're wrong. And so we have this project this prize in our hearts with Midubi. It's wonderful, and I will not tire from thanking all of our teams that have believed in this internally, and we had the longest working hours thinking about this. And I've told you this story about the hummingbird that you see here and why the hummingbird. So I will tell you the story again for the mayors who are visiting today. And we have a full house today almost. And there was a legend that my parents used to tell me that the forest was on fire and all the animals were running away from the forest. And there was a hummingbird that was going on the opposite side, going closer to the fire. And when they were crossing paths with the lion said, "What are you doing, hummingbird? The forest is on fire." And the hummingbird was taking a drop of water, and he told the lion, "I am doing my part." So this is what inspired us with the Habitat Prize and doing our part as Midubi, as a work team, as urban developers, as architects, as professionals that deal with urban planning in cities and doing our part. And our part is to have a good governance with all of you, the mayors who are with us today, and having good governance, and invite you to do your part, to contribute with your drop of water for urban sustainable development in our country. And in the next panel, with the support of GIZ, all the wonderful work that international German cooperation has been doing so that they help us achieve this goal.
Si no nos pasamos el tiempo conversando. El Ministerio de Desarrollo Urbano y Vivienda, en calidad de ente rector de las políticas de hábitat y vivienda, en conjunto con la cooperación
with the GIZ, German cooperation, articulating with the Ministry of Environment and Water and Ecological Transition. I want to say hello to Minister Jose Dávalos, who is the Minister of Environment. Thank you so much, Jose, for being here with us today. The Ministry of Economy and the Development Bank of Ecuador. I want to make a parenthesis to salute all the representatives who are here. Thank you so much for being here with us. And together with the Inter-American Development Bank and CAF, just an applause for Suzanne and for all their work that has been wonderful. And a round of applause for Andreas, who's the director of the German cooperation here in Ecuador. Your work and your work team is just amazing for the Habitat Prize. And all of us jointly as a team initiative, we decided to nurture the financing for the implementation of urban projects that have a climate change focus that contribute to the implementation of the urban public policy for actions to contribute at a national level of Ecuador, and the implementation plans, the Habitat Prize Ecuador seeks to build a portfolio for projects to identify alternatives and financing sources for projects that deal with urban sustainable development with a focus on climate change, and to strengthen the conditions of local decentralized governments for the management of urban projects with the focus on climate change. The Habitat Prize Ecuador has held a call for projects with a climate change. We present our third call. The committee of the prize is led by Midubi in the articulation with the Ministry of Economics, Ministry of Environment, Development Bank of Ecuador, CAF, and GIZ. The launch of the first call took place in the Urban National Forum 2021, and it was developed this year, and it marked a milestone with the participation of 51 local governments, presenting 150 registries of participation, of which 89 projects that were presented were qualified as eligible. These projects were grouped in 3 categories: habitat and territory. 22 projects were presented. Category climate change and resource management, 9 projects, and ideas for green recuperation projects also. The winners of the first call was done in February 2022, and the winners were the following projects. In the category Habitat and Territory, the local government of Puerto Viejo with the prize Corredor del Río Puerto Viejo. An applause for the mayor who is here with us today, and for all the team of Puerto Viejo. Without a doubt, Puerto Viejo is an example of a city to follow for urban development in Ecuador. And the category for innovation and taking advantage of domestic waste generated in the Pastaza Canton. Please, an applause. The representatives of the local government of Pastaza are here, with whom we have worked with, and we will later have a space with them to share. And then the ideas for green recovery in Canton Mejia for the regeneration of the bio corridor of Puma bio corridor. Congratulations as well. We would like to highlight that the Pastaza GAD has fulfilled with all the technical assistance that has been generated thanks to the GIZ, and right now they have all the capacities to take the first steps and to access climate financing. The second launch of the prize happened during the Urban National Forum 2022.
Octubre del 2022. Convocatoria contó con la participación.
Developed in 2022. We had 31 projects. 6 projects were eligible for category medium cities, and then 10 projects for small cities. They fulfilled the eligible criteria, and it had 3 categories depending on the scale of the cities with a climate change focus. Each one of these categories had 3 subcategories belonging to the different stages of development of projects. Pre-feasibility studies for big cities and metropolis, medium cities and small cities. For this call, we reinforced the strategy of strengthening capacities in the process for the call. We had 7 webinars with the participation of 872 attendants of 171 local governments and 50 mentoring opportunities with the staff of Midubi and GIZ, and they accompanied the teams in the process to present and strengthen their projects. And finally, we developed 6 workshops in Tungurahua, Cotopaxi, Azuay, Cañar, Loja, and Guayas, of which we had 107 assistants and 90 representatives of local governments at a national level. And the prize was given out on the 22nd of February of 2023, and the winners were big cities and metropolis, with the Eco Bike Park La Tomatera. The projects in Puerto Viejo inspire us to seek the most sustainable solutions for our cities. Ambatogad, with the master plan for the infrastructure of mitigation and adaptation to climate change, and a round of applause for the councilmen and women who are joining us from the municipality for the recovery of green areas in the city. And then the Quito GAD for the managing of rainwaters in the city of Quito. And our dear manager that represents Habitat and Housing in Quito, congratulations. For medium-sized cities, we have the local government of Gualaceo, the local government of Pedernales. In small cities, we have Gatpaquisha, improvement of the sanitary ecological transition for the preservation and conservation of the micro basin of La Chimba and the Gadyansansa, the preservation and urban regeneration, reduction of floods to mitigate the impacts of climate change. All of these are wonderful projects that aim for an urban sustainable development in our country, and it's important to highlight that we will strengthen the capacities of the winners of the second call, that because we had the change in authorities and elections in the sectorial elections, we haven't been able to move forward, but we are about to do it. Thank you to the GIZ. Midubi, with GIZ and articulated with Ministry of Environment, Economy, Development Bank, GAF, organizes a third call for the Habitat Prize of Ecuador with a focus on climate change. This call is open for the 221 local governments and all for their public corporations. And we have a focus on climate change that seeks to improve the quality of life of people, satisfying their needs without compromising future generations. We have inclusive, sustainable, and resilient societies. We will have a territorial adscription. It should promote the recovery of green spaces in cities after the pandemic, with criteria of adaptation and mitigation of climate change. For the third call, we have defined 3 categories according to the different populations for urban projects with a focus on climate change.
3 subcategorías como en su segunda convocatoria. La idea de proyecto.
The idea of the projects for pre-feasibility and feasibility are divided in what we see in this chart, and they help us have these subcategories according to the size of the cities, with up to 5,000 inhabitants, and the local governments can participate in this category. And we have other subcategories for 100,000 inhabitants, open to 32 GADs, local governments. The 3 subcategories
Se seleccionará un ganador de cada.
will select one of the winners out of all of these. The subcategory for the idea project, the initial stage for the formulation of a project that consists of a general idea to resolve an issue for expected results. The pre-feasibility category, there's an intermediate and technical analysis that has been done with the characteristics of the design of the project. And the feasibility stage We will present the projects that are at an advanced stage of a project in which we have technical feasibility, financial feasibility, and others. For the third call, urban projects will be able to participate. There are mitigation projects, climate change mitigation, and they approach one or many of these topics. Sustainable infrastructure, energy efficiency, urban resilience, climatic risk management, spaces that are public and inclusive. The incentives will be given out by the GIZ and the CAF, and they correspond to the incentive for the GIZ, Type 1, scholarships for the strengthening of capacities related to urban development, green financing and climate change, and projects that are directed to municipal teams. In the second category, we have the strengthening of human capacities and topics related to urban development, sustainable urban development, green financing, and improvement of proposals through a technical evaluation to identify the areas for improvement with the municipal teams. And then there's a package for specialized attention with the objective of integrating criteria for sustainable development to improve opportunities to be able to access financing. The incentives given out by the CAF are also divided into two categories: training about financing for subnational projects, for the strengthening of municipal finances, and assistance in financial technical aspects with international experts. The winners of these subcategories are as the chart shows, and you will be able to visit the webpage in which this information is shared.
Cooperación Técnica Alemana y al Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina por permitirnos seguir con el Premio Hábitat y otorgarnos de estas valiosas asistencias técnicas.
We thank the GIZ, GAF, that will help each local government to formulate their projects and reach other heights. We will follow the following schedule. The third launch will be done today. We have the period to present the projects, and the 2nd of October we will have the training period and any questions that the autonomous decentralized governments might have. And the closing period for presenting the project is on January 8, 2024, and the prize will be given out in 2024. The selection process will follow the following schedule. January 9, revision of basic requisites and eligibility. January 10 to 4th of February, we will score the information of all the institutions that are part of the Habitat Prize. And on the 5th of February, we will have the notification for finalists. And then we will have the period of interviews from the 8th to the 15th of February, and we will have the announcement of the winners on the 21st of February. Through this third call of the Habitat Prize, I would like to extend a very warm invitation for you to participate in this prize so that you deliver your projects in a phase of just being an idea, pre-feasibility. Please do it with public, with companies, and with academia, with the civil society. And let's put our grain of sand so that this project can be a reality in our country. Thank you.
Y ahora pues quisiera invitarle a los representantes de la...
I would like to invite the representatives of the GIZ. Can you come please to the stage for a little moment? so that we can have the certificate from Midubi and the GIZ to the winning project in innovation in taking advantage of domestic waste presented by the government of Pastaza. Please, the representatives of Pastaza, join us on stage for having been able to fulfill the period of technical assistance and guide with their fabulous project for urban recycling. They will be able to have green financing that is being offered by many financial institutions at a global level. Is the Pastaza local government here?
Muchísimas gracias, querida ministra, y felicitamos al
Thank you so
Cantón
much,
Pastaza
dear
por haber
Minister.
culminado con
We
éxito el
congratulate
proceso de
Cantón
asistencia
Pastaza
técnica.
for having fulfilled
Ahora
the
les
technical
invitamos a ver el
assistance
siguiente video
stage.
sobre el premio
We invite
Hábitat
you to
Ecuador.
see the next video that deals with the Habitat Prize of Ecuador.
El Ministerio de Desarrollo Urbano y Vivienda, con el objetivo de impulsar iniciativas y acciones concretas para apoyar el desarrollo de ciudades sostenibles, resilientes y seguras, presenta la iniciativa Premio Hábitat de Ecuador, dirigida a los 221 gobiernos autónomos descentralizados para postular proyectos urbanos con enfoque en cambio climático. De la mano de organismos multilaterales, el 20 de octubre de 2021 se realizó el lanzamiento de la primera convocatoria, teniendo la acogida de 150 proyectos de 51 gobiernos autónomos descentralizados del Ecuador, de los cuales 89 cumplieron con los criterios técnicos, seleccionando a 9 finalistas en las categorías Hábitat y Territorio, Cambio Climático y Gestión de Recursos, Idea de Proyecto, Recuperación Verde, Uso y Gestión del Suelo. Premiamos a los 3 proyectos ganadores de los cantones de Portoviejo, Pastaza y Mejía, quienes recibieron un incentivo en asistencia técnica valorado en $225.000. En la segunda convocatoria, establecimos 3 categorías: ciudades pequeñas, de hasta 50.000 habitantes, ciudades medianas, entre 50.000 y 100.000 habitantes, y ciudades grandes y metrópolis, de más de 100.000 habitantes. Se postularon iniciativas en idea de proyecto, prefactibilidad y factibilidad en cada categoría. En esta convocatoria recibimos 47 postulaciones, de las cuales 23 resultaron finalistas, que corresponden a 21 gobiernos autónomos descentralizados municipales. Los mejores proyectos urbanos con enfoque en cambio climático fueron los cantones Mira, Yanzasa, Gualaceo, Pedernales, Portoviejo, Ambato, Paquilla, Quito, quienes recibieron becas de capacitación y asistencia técnica para que sus proyectos puedan acceder a financiamiento verde nacional e internacional para su implementación. Este año, en el marco del Foro Regional de Financiamiento Urbano y Vivienda, presentamos la tercera convocatoria del Premio Hábitat de Ecuador 2023-2024. Invitamos a los 221 GATS del país a participar de esta iniciativa que reafirma el compromiso del Ecuador con el desarrollo urbano sostenible. Conoce las bases del concurso en www.premiohabitatecuador.com.
En En este marco, el premio
In this framework, the Prize Habitat Ecuador is an initiative that has promoted the interinstitutional cooperation, having different ministries, international cooperation, multilateral organizations, organisms. We are inviting Gabriela Cuenca, who is the Subsecretary of the Ministry of Economy and Finances of Ecuador. We also invite to the stage a Daniel Augusto Rodas, Sub-Manager of the Development Bank of Ecuador. Hans Peter de Velius, José Antonio Dávalos, Susan Etchant, representative of CAF Ecuador.
Y por último, José Antonio Dávalos, ministro del Ambiente, Agua y Transición Ecológica.
José Antonio Dávalos, Minister of Environment, who will share brief words with us.
Sí.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning to everyone. Dear Minister, thank you so much for the invitation to our cooperation agencies, GIZ, who's always with us. When Gabriela invited us to participate to this event today, I promised to be very brief, but I wanted to take a couple minutes. All of you can see how there is an enormous component of sustainability, taking care of the environment and nature in these habitat prizes. And sometimes whenever we see these types of things, people tell me, but these environmental issues shouldn't pertain to the Ministry of Environment, and the answer is not really. Whenever President Lasso, 28 months ago, decreed the ecological transition and sustainable development as a priority for the country, I remember the last year I was telling Minister, it's so nice to have this Minister of Housing that is as green as she is, who's really focused on making our cities more sustainable, more resilient to climate change. So I just want to take a couple of minutes to tell you how proud I am as an Ecuadorian and as Minister of Environment, seeing that more institutions at an executive level are focusing against the fight against climate change. So congratulations and thank you.
Ahora damos paso a la firma.
Now we're giving way to the signature of the symbolic commitment of the Habitat Prize Ecuador.
Voy a proceder a dar lectura. En el marco del premio.
In the framework of the Habitat Prize of Ecuador, the initiative that has been promoted since 2021 by the Ministry of Urban Development and Housing with the support of GIZ, and in articulation with the Ministry of Environment, Water and Ecological Transition, Ministry of Economics and Finances, Development Bank of Ecuador, and the CAF, we assume with responsibility the importance of the building of cities that are and communities that are sustainable, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. We reaffirm our commitment to nurture urban development with a focus on climate change in cities and communities around the country through models and practices and standards of sustainable practices with a particular emphasis on the prize Habitat Ecuador.
Suscriben este compromiso María
Gabriela Aguilera is also signing this commitment, and all the ministries that were mentioned before.
Secretaria de Políticas de los Sectores Estratégicos Real y Externo del Ministerio de Economía y Finanzas de Ecuador. Daniel Augusto Rodas, Subgerente General de Negocios del Banco de Desarrollo de Ecuador. Y Hans Peter de Velius, Director Residente de la Cooperación Alemana GIZ.
Thank you very much, and congratulations for this new initiative. Let's continue. The two first calls of this prize, Habitat Ecuador, they had great participation of the local governments. In order to learn more about of their experiences and lessons learned, it's an honor to introduce you the next panelist of the winners of the prize Habitat Ecuador. We invite Hans-Peter de Velius, president from the GIZ presentation, who's going to give us a few words, opening few words for the next panel.
Señora Gabriela Aguilera,
Madam Minister of the Miduvi, Jose Dávalos, Minister of the Environment, Susana Erian, the representative of CAF in Ecuador, all the authorities from the local governments of Ecuador, colleagues from the international organizations, everyone in the room, welcome. Your history, Madam Minister, of the story of the hummingbird, I'd liked it a lot, but I need to make a comment. With your initiative and with your prize, I do believe that you've taken more water to the fire than this hummingbird. As a representative of the GIZ, it is an honor to me to be part of this forum. We congratulate and salute the Miduvi that with their compromise have allowed to elevate the public policy, the urban public policy, to national public policy. We celebrate also the compromise demonstrated on the decree that we've just signed with the CAF and with the GIZ. We reaffirm our compromise with urban sustainable development with focus on climate change for the cities and communities in the Ecuador. The urban policy, national urban policy, reflects the objectives of the country in regarding urban development. This is a tool for planification because it gives us a north for better communities, resilient and sustainable communities in Ecuador. This is the way that we generate the necessary basis in order to promote the new agenda and the Paris Agreement. Even though, in order to face this climate crisis, we have created efforts, we have made efforts in governments, and if we want to advance into better cities, sustainable cities, and resilient cities, we have no doubt that the climate crisis is urgent. And with this initiative, the prize Habitat Ecuador is a demonstration of collaboration and together with the financial institutions to make them happen. From GIZ, we ratify our compromise to help and to keep working for the same meanings in order to develop sustainable communities. I am glad to announce the amplification of this program SIS2, where we cooperate with the Europe team for an green impact for Ecuador. The activities for this program, SIS2, are focused principally on the strengthening of the urban sustainable projects and also the technical assessment for the National Bank of Ecuador. I would like to express my congratulations to the ministers and the municipalities with their compromise to sustainable urban growth in Ecuador. They have collaborated with the prize Habitat Ecuador. And we motivate for the most of the majors here present in this room to develop and present new projects for this new open call. We desire the most success for all of you. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Hans.
Thank you very much, Hans, for your words. Now we're going to start the panel of the winners of the last Habitat Ecuador Prize. So we invite Andreas Gruner, the coordinator of the Sustainable Cities program from GIZ, who's going to moderate this panel with Javier Pincay, the mayor of the local government of Puerto Viejo, Leonardo Rodriguez, mayor from the local government Chone, Maria Elizabeth Lalangui, a mayor from the Canton Yansasa, and Cristina Gomez Jurado, manager of the public enterprise of housing in Quito.
Adelante, Andrés.
Go ahead, Andreas. You have the floor.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, everybody. It is a pleasure
Este Foro regional tan importante.
to be part of this forum, so important forum, and congratulations to Madam Minister for this initiative from the Miduvi, and there's already a lot of hummingbirds flying all over our country, this country, and changing the challenges that we had in this country. Also, I want to say hi to Jose Dávalos, the Minister of the Ministry of the Environment, and I also would like to congratulate the team of Minister of Finance of Ecuador, and also the cooperative agencies that are here, and also to every single mayor present here today, and also other representatives of the local governments here present. I am very happy to moderate this panel because we already have winners from the first open calls of this prize, Habitat Ecuador. As we know and as we understand, this prize has the objective of develop urban projects, sustainable urban projects with focus on climate change, and the local governments that the winner local governments receive technical assistance in order to develop solid projects and obtain access to financing that is so important in order to make them happen, the projects and change the situations of their municipalities. This initiative also generates climate change financing, and this motivates also this initiative, and I'm very pleased to welcome to Maria Elizabeth Lalangui, the mayor of Yansansa, who's with us in this panel, and I would like to also welcome Javier Pincay, mayor from Puerto Viejo, also Cristina Gomez Jurado, general manager of public company of housing of Quito, and also a warmest welcome to Leonardo Rodriguez, the mayor of Chone. We're going to listen a little bit about the experiences that the first local governments, the winners, have. I would like to hear from them. How are they developing their projects nowadays? So let's start with the local government of Puerto Viejo. The project of Puerto Viejo is named the Eco Park La Tomatera. This is a project about in a region of the city that is clearly affected by the droughts and vulnerable for the. And there's a lot of good proposals in this region for sustainable agriculture, the caption of rainwater. And in this sense, my dearest mayor, could you please tell us which is the most, how do you see the urban development in Puerto Viejo through this project Eco Bike Park, La Tomatera? First of all, I would like to thank the Minister of Miduvi for having us here and for giving us the opportunity to share with you our experience. And I congratulate all of the majors here present. Good morning from the population of Puerto Viejo. 325,000 people from Puerto Viejo are represented by me here. Would you allow me to show you a short video from the two prizes that we have won on the two editions of the prize? If you can run the video, please.
Durante años, nuestro recurso más valioso, el río Puerto Viejo, ha sumado problemas como la deforestación, acumulación de sedimentos, descargas clandestinas, estrangulamiento del cauce por el crecimiento urbano desordenado, viviendas en zonas de riesgo y desconexión entre la ciudad y el río. Hoy contamos con un plan de trabajo con el que nos proyectamos a recuperar nuestro corazón de la ciudad, el corredor del río Puerto Viejo, que consiste en la intervención de 41.5 kilómetros de cauce. Es una iniciativa que incorpora la recuperación de varios parques, aprovechamiento del paisaje, cuidado de la naturaleza, protección de zonas de inundaciones, reubicación de familias en riesgo y adaptación al cambio climático. Es decir, un enorme jardín para el disfrute de todos a las orillas del río. Este proyecto, que se convirtió en un referente nacional, ganó el primer lugar del concurso Hábitat Ecuador, siendo el mejor entre 150 de todo el país en el año 2021. El corredor del río Puerto Viejo incorpora en total 7 parques, que en sus tramos de conexión y riberas recuperadas representan 218 hectáreas protegidas. Este es un proyecto histórico que tendrá 29.000 beneficiarios directos y 329.000 indirectos. El bosque más alto de Puerto Viejo, donde se practica el ciclismo de montaña, se proyecta la construcción del gran parque ecológico de ciclismo de Puerto Viejo y Manabí. Esta zona no muy habitada, rodeada de montañas y con senderos mágicos, es el lugar idóneo para desarrollar actividades deportivas y para convertirse en un punto de encuentro único para los turistas y las familias puertovejenses. Con la puesta en marcha del Eco Bike Park, este espacio predilecto para los ciclistas estaría marcado por más de 10.000 metros de rutas con pistas técnicas de características muy diversas, que permitirán fomentar los eventos deportivos de alto nivel. Sus principales componentes son la intervención de la vía de ingreso desde Puerto Viejo, la construcción de 2 paraderos turísticos, uno en la parroquia rural Río Chico y otro en La Tomatera, que contempla una sorprendente laguna artificial. Además, se prevé implementar otros atractivos, como zonas de glamping y camping, miradores adecuados y seguros, y la restauración del valle escondido de más de 100 metros cuadrados, que reducirá 114 toneladas de CO2 al año, generando un impacto positivo al ambiente. Un proyecto que, gracias a su alto impacto ambiental y social, recibió el primer lugar en la segunda edición de los premios Hábitat Ecuador en el 2022. Esta alcaldía, liderada por Javier Pincay, tiene un enfoque de trabajo con visión humana. En cada proyecto priorizamos mejorar la calidad de vida de cada puertovejense. Tenemos un...
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Well, our biggest opportunity here is that we have a saying in Puerto Viejo: nobody planifies in order to fail, but a lot of people fail planifying. So our best opportunity is that we planify what we're going to do. We planify in territories. In our territory, we understood that the better planification is to make it together with our people, that the citizens must tell us what they need, how they want to develop the city. how they want to support our home. As the Pope Francis said when we had the opportunity to be in Rome, all of us need to collaborate. We have on our planification plans, we want to have 12 meters of green areas per habitant. In 2014, when I had the opportunity to be a sheriff, we didn't have not even 1 meter of green zone per habitant. Thanks to the planification and citizen participation and the compromise from the authorities, local authorities, we are almost in 5 meters square per habitant. But we're not going to rest there. We're not going to. For every single planification that we're going to do in Puerto Viejo, and we're going to and for each project we are asking for them to have green areas. We're not going to give up on those 5 meter square per habitant. This gives us an opportunity to reduce gas emissions of more than 142 tons of gas emissions, who's going to allow that our environment gets better. The climate change, we need to work all together. So what we have right now is a planification, an integral planification, regional integral planification. As you saw in the first video, Puerto Viejo, before 2014, I have to say that I was part of the administration, and right now I am a mayor of the Puerto Viejo, and we've been working on a project. The latest administration that was part of these 2 prizes, their slogan was Puerto Viejo was born from you, and now we want to label this project that Puerto Viejo work together. So we need to take this green areas to our families, to our citizens. We cannot planify an urban regeneration if we do not have trees around us. So our expectation is to have 25 meters per habitant. So as I said, education and education as authorities, we can do a lot of work, but if the citizens are not part of this process, Apadrina un árbol, this project, what is social responsibility, public and private companies, they need to participate also in this part of as part of a social responsibility. They profit from our city and what they leave to us. So we're telling them that they have a social responsibility. So at least they have to collaborate in order to take care of the environment in our city. Facing natural disasters, what are we doing? We are as a mayor in 2016, when we had the big earthquake, that I'm really sorry, Minister, to tell you this history. I lost 8 people from my family during the earthquake. And I needed to be resilient in the middle of my campaign. I believe everybody knows this. In the December 20th, my life was threatened with 7 bullets. They almost ended my life, but God has a purpose for me in order to make a better Puerto Viejo. So, planification, social participation, education, resilience, facing all of natural disasters. Those are our opportunities in order to develop the Eco Bike Park, La Tomatera, who's going to contribute a lot to climate change.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, alcalde, Mayor Javier Pincay. So the instruments to implement the national urban policy that was launched yesterday and that it was already established in the presidential decree, how this process by the Midubi and how this strengthened the capabilities of your teamwork in Puerto Viejo. Can you tell us a little bit about this process, please? So with Midubi, we must say that with the GIZ, from the cooperation agencies, they have helped us a lot, and we're very happy. And I take the opportunity to show our gratitude to all of the Germans, and we call them G's here, but the help that we have from the Benubis has been super important in order to develop these projects. Also, I would like to thank Susana from CAF, who has been really interested in our projects. Also, I would like to thank IDB, Homero Castañer, and his team. All of them have helped us. All of the agencies have helped us. And we can say that GIZ has been fundamental in order to train and to help us, to our technicians. Besides that, with the support that you have given us, we have received this week another prize, another green prize, by the IDB, and with the collaborations from GIZ, we have prepared the women from the rural areas in Puerto Viejo of $120 million project where we are giving water to the population that never had sewage in their communities. And besides giving them water to these rural zones where I belong to, I come from the land, I come from the countryside. We never had water, they never had water, but besides that, we strengthened the women's community, and they were trained. Now they're land sisters, and they won this prize, this green prize in a national level. And I have to say this, we had a lot of
multilaterales. Ahora nuestras mujeres se han capacitado y
we had a lot of machismo in the province of Manabí, but right now these women are the women have an important role in related with the development of our city of Puerto Viejo. So in this case, GIZ was always taking care of us, worried about our projects, not only regarding projects. We're working on a problem at the Che Guevara in Sao Paulo. We're doing training at this region. So you have strengthened all of our. I'm sorry. What is your name? Andrés.
Ha sido muy importante.
It has been super important, this whole process during the application and the technical assistance you have contributed. The Midubi also has contributed with us. First of all, knowledge transfer. It has been super important, not only to our technicians, but also to our citizens. Second of all, the technical support to our teams. Third one, the improvement of administrative processes. And in June, we also received another prize related with the MDT gave us the prize for having simplification of procedures, of processes in our government. So I have to thank you, all of you, to you, Madam Minister, and all of your teamwork. In Puerto Viejo, we keep growing, and you're not going to be surprised that in this third year we're going to be here also. Thank you very much.
Amado alcalde.
Thank you very much to the mayor of Puerto Viejo. We're going to take a look at Yansasa. We're going to listen a little bit about their experience. And the project in Yansasa is a project that won in the second call of the prize Habitat de Ecuador. And their objective is the generation of conservation and the reduction of the impacts of climate change in Yansasa. This is about the floodings in the neighborhood of Florida that is located nearby the river of Yansasa. Maria Elizabeth Lalangui, could you please share with us a little bit of your experience and what is this project about? What are the axes, and also what is the support of this project to the initiatives of sustainable urban growth? Thank you very much. Hello to everybody here, to the minister, to the corporations, to the mayors of the country, all of the team in Midubi, and all of the a warm welcome from our Canton Yansasa, El Valle de las Luciérnagas. For the ones who you don't know, is in the province of Zamora Chinchipe. We're located in Zamora Chinchipe. We have approximately 20,000 inhabitants, and we have two parroquias, rural parroquias, and we're a young canton, approximately with 2 years of life. And from their beginnings, we have growth in so this done that we don't have green areas for the natural and healthy growth of our families. We have approximately 12,000 inhabitants, and the project name is the reduction of floodings by the effects of climate changes in the settlement La Florida. That's the idea of this project. We would love to have this project already on the phase of studies, but we are trying to make this happen thanks to the GIZ, the support of the GIZ and the Midubi. Also, we are a few weeks from starting this strengthening and this training to our team, our municipal team, and I thank you for that. What are the objectives of this project? First of all, to guarantee water in Yansasa, in the city of Yansasa. Second of all, we want to recover the public spaces by the river Yansasa. And third of all, we want to reduce the floodings because of climate change in La Florida. Unfortunately, we don't have the presentation here right now with us, but for you to have an idea, so you can imagine, our territory is a valley with the size of 8 kilometers approximately. In the middle, we have a river that is the most important river of our city, and that's the importance of to protect this river. We charge a percentage of the human consumption of water in order to buy land around the river. So we've already bought 100 hectares along the river, and the objective is to buy 300 more hectares around the river and to planify reforestation projects around the canton. Our second,
we want to locate informal urban human settlements in which we should do the appropriate planning in the construction of infrastructure that is sustainable, ecological paths, and they will allow these social cohesion for the inhabitants of Yansasa. And the third objective is in the urban expansion area in La Florida. We want to do some works around mitigation and partial urbanistic plans for these settlements and for the families to already have property titles and be able to intervene with infrastructure in these communities. We are sure that with the support of the multilateral organizations, Midubi, BEDE, and this idea of the project will become a reality. And if we do achieve this, we will have cities that are resilient, sustainable for our inhabitants in the Yansasa Canton. Thank you, dear Mayor. Can you let us know about the risk management in the areas to promote urban development, sustainable urban development, and also the families that are affected? How was the community involved in this process? With the risk management, it's something that we all have to do in the local decentralized governments, and us as autonomous decentralized governments have a historic opportunity to improve the conditions to plan and manage development, understanding our complex realities in terms of socioeconomic, environmental, productive, and cultural aspects. And a community that is sustainable is something that is achievable if we involve the community, if the civil society is an active part of the decision-making process in the creation of public policies to mitigate the effects of climate change, and to have prevention plans, controlling buildings in risk areas, and also there are instruments that we can count on to prevent these disasters that might occur in our canton. From the municipal government, we are working in these 4 months. I am mayor for the first time of Yansasa.
A vida política.
And I am participating in this political life. We are not like our chief here. And we are learning, and we have decided that since from our vision as the municipality of Yansasa, we want to involve people in the decision-making process. And I wanted to inform you that we have planned through this municipality joint efforts with the citizenship in different neighborhoods, and tomorrow we're going to have another event called Minga to improve public spaces that we have. The city has been very receptive to this process. People are participating, and people who would never used to go out to clean the frontal part of their homes or soccer fields. This doesn't only depend on the authorities, but it also involves the citizenship. This is why we are here, so that we can take them into consideration, and they are actors that are involved in the change of their surroundings. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And now we will look at Chone, and I am inviting Leonardo Rodriguez. Please share your experience with the project in Chone, which is the construction of the master plan that has a special focus on infrastructure in urban areas and public spaces in Chone. And the objective is to nurture urban planning, well-being of the community, more green areas, regeneration of the river Chone, and environmental education elements. Please, can you share with us a little bit more in the context of the habitat price? How do you conceive that this project can support efficiently the challenges of climate change and promote sustainable practice in your community? Thank you, Andreas, and good afternoon with all the people who are here. It's a pleasure for me to share with you and to say hello to all the organizations that are here and my peers and panelists, the authorities that are here, the mayors of the country, and it's really nice to be able to say hello to you.
Roca de Argentina, con quien también tuvimos la oportunidad conjuntamente con Javier.
We had the chance to share with her in Rome the experience and vision for development, and I feel very grateful to you, Madam Minister Maria Gabriela, for this forum that not only permits to strengthen our unity, but through experience, vision that all of us have, be able to consolidate this dream that we have to transform our territory in a significant manner, to transform the lives of our people. And I wanted to highlight that in the project of Chone, the knowledge city, that there are three components that are determining this space, which was conceived not only to be able to give to the proposal of sustainability, but also to contribute in the contention of climate change. It's not an individual project. The City of Knowledge in Chone is part of a portfolio of projects that have to do with the improvement of the lives of people. It has to deal with improving our environment and, of course, our economy. So that is why we keep working with regenerative agriculture. And also we keep planting trees, and we keep working in the sanitary aspects of their city. And we continue with the struggle to fight infant malnutrition. We support also our entrepreneurs, and with all these elements and in synergy, we are able to construct our citizenship and our city. It's a project that connects our people. In fact, whenever we start the construction, we will have the opportunity that
Están educando en un entorno del centro.
15,000 young people are going to be able to have a closeness with the recovery of our river and to connect it with the center of the city, generating a space that is absolutely inclusive and harmonious with the environment. And we were talking with Susan and some of our mayor peers, is that the reality of these cantons can be differentiated in numbers, but not in the concept of base, the essence of each one of them. I was listening to Maria Amelia, who with a lot of joy and pride was sharing that they already have 13 kilometers of 13 square meters of green areas per inhabitant, and the average is usually 10 square meters, and Javier says he wants to reach 10 as well. We started with 0.39, and our canton is filled with a lot of green areas in nature, but green urban areas didn't exist. And with this project, we will implement this 5 times more. And we're going to reach 2.4 square meters per inhabitant. We will have the chance through this project. Excuse me. We also have a challenge in innovation, not only with the technical aspect, but also our citizenship, our young people, because they are the reason of being of each one of us, so that we can be committed to improve the conditions of who are here. We haven't been able to have that in our territory, and this will affect our world and something that affects us all, which is migration. And you can feel it more in small places, in places that were invisibilized and that require the commitment of all of us. And that is why this project does not only have a local connotation in the cantonal level, provincial level, but it has a connotation at a national level, because of the incidents through education to be able to form our children and young people, and that this knowledge will let us take care of the environment, but also generating new alternatives to take care of our common home, as Pope Francis was saying in his encyclical Laudato Si. If you allow me one more question, what the role did Habitat have in the prize? Would you consider it allows to concrete ideas and urban projects? Of course, this call, this program, this project that is being led by Midubi is really fabulous. It's formidable because it not only allows us to identify the issues and the most present needs, but it also allows us in the diversity to learn that, what other of our peers have and the accompaniment we receive from the technical systems of the different international corporation instances. And last year, whenever we were having the delivery of the prize, I wasn't there because I had different obligations, but my peers went there, and the technical team went to receive the prize, and I was following them through social media, and when they announced the third prize, they said Chone. And I felt the satisfaction of having been called with all these projects that are generating development and captured the attention of multilateral organizations. And the minister said that it was the second prize that they mentioned it wrong. And I thought that I was in Miss Universe because they had announced a lady and then it was another one. But at the end, all of us are winners. And we have this blessing and opportunity to work for our people. We are in the space that we can be found in, we will contribute with the development of our country. And Chone had the second place. We have a historic opportunity, and this is a joy that I want to share with you, the joy of my people. First time that we will subscribe to an agreement for financing directly with a multilateral organization. So that's why thank you, Susan. Thank you to the GIZ, to the French Development Agency. And this invitation is also open so that we can keep complementing our projects and strengthening it with all the visions so our youth can keep on growing with better and more opportunities to improve the health of our population, to eradicate gender-based violence and everything that has to deal with the population of Chone and wherever we might be able to make a difference. Thank you, dear Mayor, for letting us know about your experience. And we are very happy that there's going to be formal financing to be able to implement your project. And now we're looking at Quito to a project, dear Cristina Gomez Jurado. And we're going to look at a project that was proposed in the Metropolitan District of Quito for rainwaters, managing rainwaters in the Bicentennial Park, and it seeks a better management of rainwater with sustainable drainage in the Bicentennial Park, and this is in a pilot phase. So, Cristina, can you let us know what is the potential impact of the project and the potential environmental impact as well to improve the quality of life? Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to say hello to the Midubi in name of the mayor who asked me to be here in representation of him in this space, Abel Muñoz. The idea that what Quito presented is the recovery of the San Lorenzo ravine, and as you know, the Bicentennial Park is an empty space in an urban setting, and once the airport moved, and the impacts in terms in social aspects is evidently the reduction of the flooding. And people who are from Quito know that in this area, in the higher parts of the Pichincha volcano between Pinar and Cochabamba, there have been flooding events. And this is where the recovery of this ravine comes to light. And one of the impacts would be the reducing the risk of flooding, and that would mean reducing the effects that these floodings would have in the lives of people in the infrastructure, mobility, and the way the city works whenever these episodes happen. And also the improvement of the public spaces throughout the street Manuel Valdivieso, which is where the water is channeled. Rainwater is channeled. And this is one of the most evident examples. And then the social impacts also.
La canalización del agua sirve para generar riego.
Water channeling generates irrigation, and then there's going to be a forest that will be able to sustain itself with the channeling of rainwater. So the generation of a forest also improves the quality of life of public spaces and also having green urban areas, as other panelists have said, and we also improve the quality of health in terms of offering better quality of life and health and mental health, which is one of the effects of having green areas in the city. In terms of environmental aspects, we have a better management of rainwater, the amount of water that goes into the sewage system. And also we generate infiltration areas, channels, and we improve in a better way the ecosystem, and we can recover the areas from the ravine to the park. So these are the clearer potential benefits that are more evident. Thank you very much, Cristina.
Pero tal vez para concluir un poco la...
You commented a bit about this, but how does this project align to the policies for urban development, not only in Quito, but also Ecuador, and looking at other cities that they could learn from this example? How do they align to different policies, please? The project itself proposes 2 strategies: dealing with climate change, dealing with adaptation and mitigation. What we do is reduce this risk of flooding, and on the other hand, the generation of a forest is a mitigation strategy. Whenever we propose the implementation of a forest that will be absorbing carbon emissions, and these 2 considerations are present in the strategies to fight climate change, which is one of the biggest challenges that we have city-wise and planet-wise. And this project aligns itself to the components of the National Development Plan that refers to the ecological transition and the axis, which we have referred to in terms of natural risk management and climate change. And there are rational strategies, such as the adaptation plan for climate change, and there are human settlements as well. And as we have heard in many world summits, the battle against climate change will be won or lost in cities. And in terms of local aspects, it's important to mention that these mitigation risk strategies adapt to the metropolitan plan for development. And it's also important to mention that in July of this year, the municipality of Quito approved the infrastructure Green-Blue, the ordinance, and where a mandate exists to work with green infrastructures, and also referring to urban infrastructure, and blue referring to the water systems in the city. So this project, this idea, will be very interesting because it could be one of the first examples of implementation of green-blue infrastructure, fulfilling the requirements of this ordinance that we have identified as necessary and strategic for the city. Thank you to all of you in this panel and for sharing your amazing experiences. I just want to have a final word from each one of you. Do you want to share your experiences with other local governments in your region? Or if you would like to share a final motivational word for the next call for the prize? Very briefly, I want to tell my peers, mayor peers, it's possible to achieve our dreams. In Puerto Viejo, we have worked so hard, and we have a phrase, if you can dream it, you can have it. So I also want to say to the mayors, if we want to dream, if we can dream about a world that is free from climate change, and also for Miluvi to be able to get resources, and I want to take advantage of asking for help in the Eco Bike Park. It just cost $9 million. And with this, we will reduce 114 tons of CO2. I want to thank the Madam Minister. Whenever you want to go to Puerto Viejo, we will be expecting you. And we also have another phrase. It's delicious Puerto Viejo. I want to thank the Minister for having invited me and to be a participant at this panel. We have learned a lot.
Urbano, de Vivienda y Financiamiento Urbano. Gracias.
And I want to thank all of you for your presence. And I am leaving here with a great lesson, because I've seen that the urban planning plan is not just a document or a book. We have seen great work. It's a holistic approach. And other than the little book that we're receiving, we have seen the passion and the desire to be able to have these sustainable communities that we need in our country, and obviously in all of our cantons. I want to congratulate your team and also you who have been part of this plan. And I wanted to invite you to keep supporting us through Midubi, multilateral organizations, the Development Bank of Ecuador, and to materialize our dreams. We are already in the century in which we have to think about this, which is thinking about cities, not only for us, but also thinking about future generations. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you. Dear Mayor of Chone, would you like to share some final words?
Muchas gracias. Bueno, yo una vez más ratificarle.
So I wanted to thank Midubi and call my fellow mayors to meet again in this Habitat Prize 2023. It's the most tangible demonstration that anything is possible, and Chone is an example. And today we subscribe with Susan. This is the first time that our canton, which is a medium-sized canton, can achieve having financing straight from multilateral organizations. I wanted to share that with you. Thank you. And dear Cristina, in the name of the municipality of Quito, I want to thank Midubi for this initiative, and I think that this prize lets us land ideas that are in the heads of technicians, that are in the different speeches and some conversations and meetings, and to be able to participate and have this motivation lets us materialize in paper and also have a clearer picture, tangible options. And it allows us to start with a more concrete idea of what we can be able to achieve to improve and adapt to climate change as human settlements, and also lets us know about other experiences that have been presented here with my panelists and colleagues, and also the experiences that have not been presented here. And they're very valuable experiences to learn from other local governments. This is very valuable. Thank you. Thank you, dear Cristina. Thank you for having been shared your experiences. They are very valuable. They are very motivating for the representatives of different municipalities to consider placing a project for the call. And thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. Les pedimos permanecer un momento en el escenario para...
We ask you to please remain on stage so we can take the official photo.
creas, ahora sí vive.
Muchas gracias a nuestras estimadas autoridades por
Thank you
compartir
to
con
all
nosotros
our
sus
authorities who have
experiencias
shared
como
this
ganadores del Premio Hábitat de
experience with
Ecuador,
us as
primera y
winners of
segunda
the
convocatoria.
Habitat Ecuador Prize first and second call. We ask you to please remain on stage because we are going to subscribe the agreement for sustainable development in urban infrastructure to combat climate change, for which I am asking Susana Ejan, representative of CAF, Leonardo Rodriguez, Chone Canton, and our dear Minister Gabriela Aguilera, who will be the honorary witness of this symbolic subscription.
Les invito a todos, por favor, permanecer en sus asientos.
We ask you to please remain in your seats, and we will do this subscription, then we're going to go over to our break.
Susana, adelante.
Empiezo yo a hablar.
Por favor.
A mí siempre me toca hablar de...
I always have to speak after the professionals. They have spoken such a brilliant way. Minister, the mayors, greetings to all of you,
nacionales, a todos los representantes.
to all the representatives of the international cooperation, such as us, and the different NGOs that are present, private sector. For us, as CAF, it's an honor to be here. We have the mandate to work and robust the capacities for management in the region, responding to the demands of local governments, exchange of knowledge, and also generate financial support so that we can fulfill our goals to improve the quality of life of citizens. With this context in Ecuador, we have been working very well with the Midubina minister, with the GIZ who are here, and other actors to institutionalize the Habitat Prize. For us, it's been an honor to be able to participate with you. Thank you for letting us participate in this space. And we've been doing this for some years now. And as Hans-Peter has explained, and Andreas also, it's not only giving a prize, but hold each other and grow together. And my colleagues who are here, Lenin is here, Emil is here, also Catherine, Sophie, others. We were here in the first prize, and we asked for some contacts of the people who have been recognized. Puerto Viejo, Diana Caices in Mexico, in an event dealing with cities. And we are also accompanying them, and also, of course, Chone. In this act, we will sign, finally.
Finalmente,
this operation, and as we have seen with their presentations, this act is not a gift. It follows a lot of work and commitment of the team and the government led by the mayor, and not just that, but many of the mayors that are here, I have been filled with pride because during the 3 days of this forum, people have approached me to speak a little, and we know that the mayors are sharing experiences, they are helping other people. And for us, it's like a major investment. And this agreement to combat effects of climate change in China is $30 million. And it's a holistic program. It contains elements that are very necessary, and the objective is to benefit the people of Chone, choneros and choneras, and their environment. The program will benefit in a direct way more than 15,000 people, and they will have better water services, better health services, and an improvement in the public spaces, a park for families that will improve mobility, safety in green areas. And thank you so much for the team of the mayor and also the team of CAF that has made this possible for us to be here today. And also Midubi.
Ahora tendremos unas breves palabras.
Now we're gonna have a few words from the mayor of Chone, no? Yes? Okay, of course, yeah, sorry. Sincerely, I would like to say we are very, very happy in the name of all the population from Chone, those 150,000 people from Chone and other choneros that are right now, that for various reasons have to migrate. And thank you to those countries that are receiving our friends choneros. So we are here, wide arms open. And I was saying that we are super happy right now. Because we've never seen a moment like this in our canton. The ones that we represent small cities, we know how hard it is when you have an immeasurable necessity, and when the people trust us, and we don't have a balance on the resources to help them and to attend their necessities. So the teamwork, the strategical allies, moments and opportunities that you've generated, Madam Minister, that we're going to take this in our hearts with gratitude and respect, because it was in that project, in that project in the Prize Habitat Ecuador that allows us to, with the help of CAF, GIZ, Z, to resolve an historical problem in our canton. This project attends directly 15,000 people. These are young people and children that receive classes in difficult conditions. They deserve to have better opportunities in order to be able to give more in the future to this country. So that is why we register our project into this prize. And today we ratify that we're going to be part of the third Prize Habitat Ecuador, and we're going to be the first one, and we're going to get the financing, and we're going to recover with, we're going to articulate, and we're going to vinculate, we're going to articulate, yeah, and sell the city as a touristic attractive for the population of Manabí, Ecuador, and the whole world. Thank you very much to Susana, Emil, and all of the team from CAF, GIZ, Minister, the national government for giving us the opportunity to be here today. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señor alcalde.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So right now we are going to subscribe this important contract that with no doubt we're going to have beautiful things for Chone from now.
Con esta importante firma del contrato
With this
cerramos.
important signature, we close this first part of our day, and we thank all of our panelists and all of you for being part of this third day. We also would like to invite the 225 local governments in order to register for this third open call Habitat Ecuador Prize. Do not forget also to answer our survey. This is very important for us, so please, we beg you to scan this QR code that you have in the screen right now and that you also have it outside of this auditorium. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here in 1 hour.
recommendations and examples.
No es una guía
And the guide that I'm showing you is not a traditional guide in which we show business cases, case studies, but it's a methodology by which we can achieve public policy focused on health. So it's not a compilation of isolated cases that show the good practices, but how we can have a guideline to be able to reach and have healthier cities. At the end of the guide, there's a self-evaluation for municipalities to see how this influences in public policy within the municipalities related to health policies. The chart that we see here is on the screen is a good starting point, which is the logic of the guide, so we can relate schematically the elements of urban planning that influence in mental health and health in general, and then how diseases are conceived. The structure of how the guide is thought out. From CAF, and with the collaboration of our consultants, we achieved a correlation between urban planning and health, and the instruments of policies that have to be promoted so that these instruments can respond to the principles. And we can see this in the different chapters of the guide, of the relation that there is between a principle and the management that has to occur for the implementation. So this is a call to action, but what we want to show is a methodology that we can implement. Next slide, please. This is demonstrated with the guide, and we can see the different disciplines that are involved in this broad spectrum of health in cities. And there's a really important topic here. Thinking in a holistic manner in multi-sector reality, it has an impact on health, and also the budget on how this influences the quality of life of people. So we want to think about neighborhood interventions. This guide can help us out to be able to retain the different lines to achieve the objectives that allow to have healthier cities. So as you can see, there are actions that we can do in waste disposal management, green areas, and this is based on data that justify investments in function of its ROI and social well-being. And this we have in the guide. As I was letting you know, my intervention right now is to show you a snapshot of what we want to promote from CAF. We want to leave some final messages about the guide that we are putting at your disposal. And the urban policies can have a great influence of whomever lives in cities and their health. So there are factors that determine the health situation, have different causes. So that's why we have to have this integral scope. And there's a problem with it. When you think that there's an integral project, we think it has all the components of urban development, but this is an incomplete vision. The thing is that through an intervention in a sector, we have to have a broad view to understand that the solutions that they bring whenever we implement a project has impact in multiple dimensions. When we're speaking about homes, it's not just the house. When we're speaking about public spaces, we're not only talking about the physical space. There were decisions that we have to make, including ones related to design. So we have to reflect in a more broader sense. And in this case, we're speaking about urban health, but it's a way to invite you to think about public policy through different causes that might generate this. Also, governance and managing urban health also requires participation in different areas from citizens, intersectorial action, and health and urban planning can conjugate to be able to achieve more synergic, integrated, and integral solutions in cities. We want to promote this vision through our project, through a sector with a broad vision to generate incidents and to create what we call now greener cities, fairer cities. And I want to give the word to Andrés Trota, who will present us with the main lecture.
Gabriela, para ti.
Bueno. Ahí está. Ahí va. Bueno, muchísimas gracias por la invitación.
Emil, for the invitation, and from GAV, the government of Ecuador, to the minister. Here we are with the presentation. I just wanted to bring some elements and findings that we have obtained in the research project about urban health, and I will ask a question. If we close by asking a question, what does it mean to build healthier cities? And I think it's important because of two elements. On the one hand, of what this signifies, we have to find complex dynamic relations that intertwine the urban agglomerates, but also in sanitary terms. It leaves health further than the exclusive patrimony of medical sciences. And I have been working for a while with urban research, and I am a doctor by formation. And nobody's going to hire me because I hope that my colleagues don't feel bad, or anyone who's in the health field. But this is a very complex subject in terms of urban health. And this question makes me think about a central subject in management, which is the urban figure that constantly faces what the minister is saying, and the main questions that we ask is because of the problems that arise. So the problems don't admit disciplinary approaches. There's nothing more disciplinary than objects of research that we are working with, and whomever is working in the academia implies a very broad view. And this is what I'm trying to present very briefly with a picture of the partial group that it conforms the urban health group, which is multidisciplinary from different fields, and also with the articulation of the different sectors of society and culture that allow for dialogue from different research experiences through 11 countries and institutions like universities or research institutes.
¿Qué nos interesaba y qué nos...
What interests us through these urban projects? We have 4 objectives that we set for ourselves. The first one has to do through the recognition of the impact that cities have and the urban spaces have over public health, and how this impact configures different inequalities in terms of health, environment, social aspects, and also evaluate the impact of different interventions of public policy that have their focus to act on health, and also incorporating the logic of systems and working with different proposals in model simulation, and also what we are doing thanks to the invitation that we were extended to open the dialogue community, not only including the scientific academic community, but also including political, social actors, organizations, and whomever is in the territory. That was broadly discussed not only today, but in the previous days to produce these transformations. Next, please. To give you a view of this problem, we proposed ourselves with a great challenge, which is to promote or to produce a data infrastructure that will allow us to characterize we don't have a consensus of what we understand from cities, but we take a definition that incorporates different data that is available and data that comes from statistics from different countries, which are produced by different organizations that are official, medical health surveys, and geospatial references. And this lets us profile through a series of indicators and data that is available what we know. And we can see this urban stain to identify the different densities of realities that the urban reality is going through in its different levels. And this lets us construct a database that can let us characterize 371 cities in Latin America exclusively.
De definición para nosotros tienen 100.000 habitantes o más.
Cities that have 100,000 inhabitants or more, as you can see here, this represents a very important universe that, because of the characteristics of these cities in Latin America, concentrate great inequality. And we have represented 250 million inhabitants. And here you can see that from now, the graphs that we are going to look at, whenever you see a circle, that's going to be a city that is incorporated to the project. And also, we can see the diameter that shows the size of the cities that are represented. We have the main megalopolis that are Sao Paulo, Mexico, Bogota, that give us a perspective of the important magnitude that these urban spaces have. So what indicators did we select so we could tell the story about urban health? I would say that there are three big groups of indicators that can let us see the population growth, and we were discussing the size of the populations and how that can impact on health. And this is a very important preoccupation that we have. And also what has been discussed, and it's been one of our focus for the intervention in public policies that have to do with the conditions of homes and inhabitability. And there are very complex indicators that give us an idea of socioeconomic levels that allow us to characterize the city as provisions of services, access to education, and some specific aspects that are related to services that are being promoted or provided. And then we have considered indicators that give account of the empowerment that women have had. And there's this huge discussion that we have in the urban atmosphere about the gender differences, including education level debates. And then there's a third group of indicators that are related to the physical environment that is constructed and the natural environment as well. And we have selected a couple of indicators, and we are speaking about the grouping of these cities for the space that has been constructed, population density, and also transportation systems in these urban fields, and also the discussion of the relationship between urban space and its impact on health. And this allows us to concentrate around 151 million data points referring to all these dimensions that we are speaking about, which constitutes a database that is innovative, that has potential uses for whomever is taking decisions in order to be able to advance with the characterization of the situation in these urban spaces. I want to present 4 groups of these findings that we have had to understand what is going on from the point of view of the research field in this urban setting. And one thing that I want to point out is that these cities are very heterogeneous in their health conditions as well as their environmental and socio-economic situation. The first thing we have to point out is how population growth has varied. Please look at how cities in the left-hand side of the screen, you have 250,000 inhabitants, and these are the cities that have grown the most if you consider 15 years that have passed. And there has been more growth in the cities that have less magnitude. And the cities that are on the right, which are the biggest cities, have had less of a population increment. And there's a great challenge of how to think about public policy interventions in the framework of urban spaces that grow so rapidly. Next slide. Here I present the difference of population density and the great variation of what was in the center of the scene with the pandemic that we had with COVID. The most density in population is that there's a lot of variation in these cities that are smaller, but they've had more population increase in the last 5 years. So the cities that are bigger have a population density without so much variation between each one. And also these cities have important characteristics in terms of health, like the urban fragmentation that happens because there's indicators that relate satellite images that are of these areas that are urbanized versus ones that don't have urbanized sectors. And whenever there is a bigger fragmentation, there are less urban spaces, more diversity. And here you can see that the biggest cities are the ones that are less fragmented, and the less fragmentation relates to health. It facilitates transportation, mobility, access, doing physical exercise. Next slide, please.
Transporte urbano.
Related to urban and fragmentation and transportation, you can see how much an average person takes to go from one point to the other, and this was something that was predictable. And the cities that have bigger sizes have a bigger delay in transit. Whenever you see the social indicators that we have constructed in terms of life conditions, provision of services, and education, every point represents a city, and there's a lot of variation between cities within the countries. There's not much variation between countries, but yes, between cities in countries. Next slide. And if we take into consideration all these aspects that are expressed in a positive indicator of health, like the life expectancy, which represents the number of years that a population will live, in case the mortality numbers are fixed. And there are many elements that appear in this slide, is the difference between gender, and this happens between men and women, have 14 years difference, and in the case of men for 9 years, but there's a marked difference between each one of them. And you can see the life expectancy in some cities is 54 years old, and then for men it's 10 years less.
Next one. So you can see here this line that is conformed by by the points that represent cities, the variability that represents the expectancy of life. In some cases, in women, it reaches percentages as countries as Germany, for instance. But in the case of men, they reach an expectancy of life so low as countries as Afghanistan. So we have enormous differences that express in all of our indicators, social indicators and health indicators. But when we analyze these differences between these cities, we can see patterns, really interesting patterns that we can shine a light upon them. And so, in particular, when we analyze all the causes that lead us to death, some of those causes show the in between countries, and this is a very interesting finding of this database, that we have variability for the external causes, violent deaths or deaths for a traffic incident. We have a variability between the cities, but not that many variability difference between countries. So I would like to highlight the importance that has the question of urbanity in order to think about public policies. But when we analyze for other causes like cancer, etc., the differences doesn't show in between cities, but yes, in between countries. But also another element that we could think about the urban questions is how the services, the health services intervene, and what are the impact that generate. And a very interesting relation that we find in this investigation that requires health services with a level of complexity, high level of complexity. So you can see the proportion of cesareans. Each one of these points represent cities. In some cities of Brazil, the proportion of cesareans, it's 90%, meaning that almost 90% of those births, it's produced after an intervention, a surgical intervention, sorry. And of course, this intervention is applied, when it's correctly applied, has an effect in health. But these indicators are way too high from what the Health Organization established. So these indicators are from probably countries like Finland, etc. So the interventions in health that are produced in urban contexts forced us to shine a light on patterns that they're not that we need to look upon. And talking about the interventions by cesarean, the social element that we found in order to characterize the health issues in Latin America, those questions that is exactly the opposite here in Latin America, with a higher level of scholarity. Women, there's a higher probability that women can access this type of intervention. So this graphic shows how this is expressed in different countries. So only to give you a summary of what I've been saying, this Emil was talking about all the causes, the multiplicity of causes, and this is what this enormous differences between Latin American cities is. It reflects on enormous window of opportunities and the impact that the health policies, public health policies, would have in these cities. Next. So the second group of results that I would like to highlight. The realities in these cities are, we have profound inequalities in the cities, especially related when we're talking about not only when we're talking about health, also social issues. So those inequalities, we can think about this inequalities in levels. A group of this, we can see them as the point of view of the individuals, and we find a lot of interesting things here. You can see as an individual level, we have identified in some of the countries from surveys that we've done, we can see the perception of health is related with the level of scholarity. When higher level of scholarity, it's higher the reference of health. But these patterns, normally, they're not that linear or regular. Very interesting finding on this individuals is the diabetes. It's when we ask a person if you consume, if you take any type of medication in order to control the levels of sugar, we can see that appears an ingredient that is extremely related with education, especially in women. In cities, in these cities that you can see in the graphic, when the level of education is higher, it's the extension of related with diabetes it's higher as well. But that pattern, we cannot identify that pattern in men, for instance, from countries like Panama or Peru. The report of diabetes is exactly the opposite. When higher the education is higher, the report or the magnitude of diabetes, reported diabetes. And this is extremely related with the differences of gender. And in this group of results that I am showing to you right now, we can see in the next slide, please, how this is expressed when we talk about another subject, not only focused on the disease, but also on one of the characteristic identitarian identities that we have in Latin America that are related with race or ethnicity. And the study in Brazil has shown here, shows that we have really important difference between those people that are auto see themselves as white, that report a better perception of health in comparison to the Afro-American or the brown population. So this is in individual levels in urban spaces. So what happens when we amplify, when we zoom out, and we can give you a more contextualized view. So when we explore the expectancy of life in a neighborhood level, this map that you're seeing right here is from Buenos Aires, capital of Argentina. Some of you have been there, and you've already probably a little bit familiarized with the characteristics of the city. And Buenos Aires is one of the biggest cities in the country with the bigger income in the city. And its population, in terms of population, is the most important in Argentina. More than 3 million inhabitants, and we have established growth. So inside the neighborhoods, how do we distribute that life expectancy? So we start seeing these patterns from north to south with as for women and men, they express more life expectancy in comparison from the south region of Buenos Aires, where we have most of the settlements, informal settlements, human informal settlements. So we can see some spots, some points in the city where the life expectancy up north it's lower. But again, we can see a different so life expectancy that we have in the north of Buenos Aires, in case of men, is almost the same as Hong Kong, and women, it's almost the life expectancy of Iraq, and countries like Iraq. So those inequalities, how can we explain those inequalities, those gender inequalities? We identified that one of the most important variables, it's the access to education, the access to water, the access to sewage, and also, of course, the lack of employment. And those are the indicators that the access to basic services that must be guaranteed. Those that works for us as projections, and they build a scenario, an environment. And this is one of the most wealthy cities in the country, in Argentina. And I was talking about COVID also, where we learned a lot from what happened to the world. And this, what you have here is the map of the city from on the south of the Argentina, Patagonia, where Maria Sonia was talking about the experience of General Roca. This is a nearby city of the same province. This is called Bariloche, and it's highly touristic, and we have a lot of inequalities in this city. So you can see an estimation of the risk of dying from COVID. So this red zone where you can see is where the COVID impacted the most in the city. So this is where the worst indicators, socioeconomical indicators, are. Because it's where in those zones, in those areas, it's where the younger population of Bariloche lives. And there's a lot of studies that show us the relationship between age and COVID. So this study shows a different ingredient, actually, where the correspondence from those neighborhoods, from the higher lands in Bariloche in the south of Argentina, we can see that the younger people are the ones who were most vulnerable to COVID. So when we speak about a city level, not individuals, but in a city level, we can see the same patterns. Of course, that what we've identified is that we have a lot of differences between cities, but those differences between cities, they have the same predictions, they have the same causes that we have mentioned before for the neighborhoods. And they are related with the access to water, the access to sewage, the education access, work, etc. So that's the 371 cities in Latin America. So I would like to summarize two elements that become as a result from this investigation. The first one, it's fundamental to discuss the role of inequality, the creation of citizenship, and the inclusion of urban health services. And also to think about the application of public policies not only adapted to the Latin American context, but also to the different levels in which we can intervene, and to offer us different challenges. We were talking about cantones, small cantones here in Ecuador. The same discussion is what the opportunities of intervention in the different urban environments in the different cities in Latin America. So the third group of insights that I would like to highlight is that the conditions of the environment and the public transportation, they have a direct impact in the conditions of health and the health conditions in the cities. So one element that it was also highlighted with that is related with the environment, the levels of concentration of that we have in the cities of Latin America. As you can see in this graphic, the average that the World Organization of the Health World Organization and the average for the group of the countries, it's higher than what we expected. And at the same time, not only the countries as an average, they're above the allowed, but also not only the countries, but also the cities are above this average. So the concentration of those, as you know, one of the agents involved in the gas emission problem issue. So to develop policies that act upon mitigation and reducing this material, they would have a higher impact. So we don't only have to advance on. So you can see in this graphic right now how two maps. The map you're right from Buenos Aires. So we have the autonomous city and also the metropolitan area of Buenos Aires. And in Quetzaltenango in Guatemala, we can also see the red areas and orange areas. Those are the areas that concentrate the levels of NO2, but that's related with emissions from homes. So you can see the enormous concentration in levels, higher levels of NO2. So now, as you can see in this graphic, in the group of cities, if we consider the values, the previous values that we were seeing, the average values from the, that is the first line that you can see here. And we are so far from getting better conditions. So how can we relate this emissions with? They are related, that we found out that is associated with bigger population, more density, more population density, more traffic in the cities. In Latin America we have a lot of cars right now. We have too many cars right now. But also the proximity of the neighborhoods where the conjunct of the people resides. And we saw those centers, this critical points in Buenos Aires and Quetzaltenango in Guatemala. They were associated to higher levels of NO2, as they were associated as well as the disponibility of green areas in those cities. So, okay, talking about cars and their relationship with those gases emission, that they have central participation of the growth of cars in the cities. So the colors are related with the quantity, with the amount of cars that is around 172,000 every 1,000 inhabitants, and showing a variation in the last 5 years that we have data from the last 5 years between 2010 and 2015 of growth of 15%. So that means the urban mobility is impacting in cities that have grown and that have more density, population density. So that obviously impacts directly, like road traffic mortality. That mortality It is related also with those cities. You can see in the graphic right now, we have a lot of variability between the countries. Every single square represent the countries, and the points represent the cities. So you can see the enormous variability that we have on road traffic mortality in transit, and those accidents were related with the population density, and also with the more or less presence of public transportation. The existence of a public transportation is also related with this road traffic mortality index. Okay, so some studies that highlight the relationship between health and mental health. For instance, an example in Mexico, more quantity of green spaces, green areas, is related with the less probability of depression. In 11 cities in Latin America, the person who suffers more time in traffic, they show more probabilities and symptoms of depression. And also, talking about transport and public transport in general is related with the mortality rates. It has also an enormous impact, and studies show us that there's a clearly relationship with the less probability of the consumption of vegetables is associated with vegetables are deeply related with our own cultural history and how we eat, not only with the nutrients, but also the social and cultural history of how we eat. And also the transformation of public transport has generated a higher impact than the consumption of vegetables that has an extremely impact on health. So the bigger the frequency of consumption sugar-based beverages, that's also related with the development of this industry. That is also related with the distribution mechanisms with the beverage industry. So when the traffic is bigger, the bigger the frequency of consumption of this type of beverages. So the urban ambience, they demonstrate with less interventions, the small interventions, we are going to have bigger impact. So they are a resonance box for the ones who generate public policies oriented to health and transportation. Next one. So we have also mentioned that, of course, cities are witness this transformation that is going on because of climate change. The climate change impacts not only on the cities, but not only in the present and in the past, but it's going to keep affecting cities. It's going to keep impacting our cities. So you can see here for some of selected cities in Latin America, the impact that the higher temperatures have upon the general mortality. So you can see this red line, how this gets higher and higher, more than 1 point and a half probably. We're talking about values, the values of higher mortality that are really important. There's a discussion on a scientific level whether the climate change. We don't have doubt that these results show us that we need to advance and move forward on having these discussions. So that's why I bring you this information, and you can download with the QR code that is common right now. You can see a way of distribution that we use in order to raise this discussion. But the higher temperatures, seeing them as an indicator, only one indicator about climate change, not only impact all of the groups of adults, but also they impact. Of course, yeah. We also have generated a portal, data portal, where a platform where people can check how's their temperature in each one of their cities. This is available for everybody. We have created a QR code for you to access this information. And what can we prevent, or what can we regarding an augment of mortality in those cities? But this is not only this only have an impact on those groups that I've told you, but also on newly born. Especially newly born, that we have with we have a loss in 2.3, 2.5 grams per each newly born. So this puts in the middle of the discussions the cities and a big potential in order to mitigate the effects of climate change, especially when we control the gases emissions. And finally, with the focus that we did, evaluation on about the policies that we did, but I'm not going to talk a lot about this, but the discussion that we elevated is that we have so many effects over the cities, over the health, and not every single time we evaluate that. And this morning we were talking about this also. Next one, please. One of the evaluations of public policies focused on public transportation was the creation of El Transmicable in Bogotá, Colombia. This was a project led by Gloria Sarmiento of Uniandes, and this shows us how is this related with the reduction of gas emissions in the city. And with this one, in the end, the idea that is part of this project, it's the one to produce science, open data, and collaborative science. And here you can find our new platform, our data platform. Every single person that is interested in building diagnosis in Latin America, but also for the people who want to conduct new investigations, that's a tool that you can use. And finally, I would like to talk about these 4 fundamental elements. It's really important to shine a light over the health issues related with urban health. What are the causes? As we talked about the COVID and mortality, this data can be used as motivation for civil social organizations also in Latin America. Next one, and I would like to close, and obviously the investigation as an asset for the action, because that's what we are. And I would like to close with this, and thank you for your time. Let's try to work with data and understand this data, because they invite us to think about cultural values and in the urban context where we actually need to focus our efforts and investigations. Thank you for your time.
Muchísimas gracias, Andrés, a nuestros socios.
Thank you very much.
En esta misión de
In this mission to promote health through a better urban development, it's evident that different policies based on evidence are very important at the time of making decisions. And in the case that was presented by Andrés, to justify why we have to invest in an integral manner. And I know I've repeated myself a lot, but I want this message to remain from what we want to aim for as CAF. And at the end of my presentation, I forgot to tell you that you can download the Healthier Cities in the library of CAF, which is www.cioteca.com. Or you can look in Google Healthier Cities CAF, and it's going to be the first option. Thank you so much in name of our institution.
Muchas gracias, Emil y Andrés, por su conferencia magistral.
Thank you for your lecture about healthier cities. Right now, it's the turn of Vanessa Velasco, who's the specialist, urban specialist for the World Bank, who will let us know about new challenges and opportunities in the development of Latin America.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the Minister Aguilera for the invitation, to my colleagues of other multilateral organizations, and this super effort of Friday to keep being aware of what's going on here in the forum. Thank you very much. I would like to talk to you about the invitation that we have received to speak about the challenges that are associated to financing challenges in urban and housing and climate change. The way that I oriented the presentation is in 4 aspects. We are going to speak about 4 topics. We will speak about the environment, how climate change represents specific challenges for housing opportunities in the framework of climate change, and how the bank supports technical assistance and credit operations and policies and investment to take advantage of these challenges and opportunities, and the topics related to subjects related to urban development and the challenge of financing whenever it confronts climate change, and some references that we wanted to propose in our conversation. Next, please. Okay, so I think it's important to point out that the World Bank has been working on 3 documents that are very important with the context of climate change. And the first one is the report about climate and development in 2022, and it talks about 24 countries that represent 41% of the total emissions, to make a specific analysis of different aspects that have to do with macroeconomic subjects and how population is affected, because as a collateral of climate change, and the need to speak about something very important, which is different reports by country that will break down each country in case by case, especially speaking about objectives, specific reasons that will affect people, and what are these sectors that are going to suffer the most. And another subject that's very clear is actions that are meant to tackle investment and management, and these are the climate change reports that we have been doing in Latin America, and we are socializing the one in Colombia, Peru, and we also want to reach more countries in the region. And I think these are documents that can be interesting. So in regards to the specific subject of the report about climate and development, we have a couple of subjects that are important to touch upon. And it is clear that in concrete, specific macroeconomic terms, the affectations because of climate change in the GDP of countries will not be homogeneous in all of them, but of course will be greater in countries with lower income. And one of the reflections that we're making is have measurements between the positive scenarios and the worst case scenarios, and to determine the level of affectation by each country. So we're going to speak about 3 concrete subjects. How much is this going to affect the capacity, the economic capacity of a country? What are the investments that will be needed in concrete terms to tend to climate change. And the last one is to understand what are the sectors that will be greatly affected. So this first graph that you can see are the measurements that we did for the 24 countries in the worst case scenario, the best possible scenario. And the second one has to deal with the sectors that will be affected, but also how populations are going to be affected. So this report measures the affectation in the capacity to produce food and also how this will affect different segments of the most vulnerable populations, and also this will be broken down in the types of income.
Sobre la mesa en el contexto, y es que también el reporte habla de acciones.
The report talks about concrete actions to be resilient and adaptable. And the first one protects public goods and the adaptation of the use of land, and different governments that are looking to plan and urban development with the action plans for climate change, and also municipal and national aspects. If these three things are not aligned, it's not very likely that we will be able to achieve a concrete response and a specific response to be able to confront climate change. And the second part has to do with the attention of risk and management and natural disasters, and obviously the bank supports any initiatives or policies that countries have to confront risks and natural disasters, but also to help municipalities so they can finance this attention to risk and natural disasters. And it's very relevant that studies and the technical assistance that is provided with the clarity of how we have to act to reduce risk and natural disasters follow the line of territorial ordinance. Whenever we talk about fiscal aspects, is the source or the resources with which we are going to attend populations at the short term. Priorities go hand in hand with monitoring systems that we have been speaking about in the attention to risk and disasters, but this is a system of monitoring for investments for the mitigation of climate change. The fifth subject is being able to respond in a fast way and identify actions and investments that are required, but also have the clarity that this is going to be an inclusive exercise and there's a position, the type of population that will be affected, and understanding how it will be affected. And lastly, facilitate the adaptation of people and companies. And the important subject about this is that vulnerable population is also affected, but also the company tissue will be affected as well. And it's important to be able to identify what types of uses and the company aspect will be affected. And I think it's relevant for the other topic is to know the set of recommendations. And the report establishes an analysis of around 25 variables
Precisas para la adaptación y la mitigación.
in which there are very precise recommendations for climate change. And I would point out two topics. It is tied to strategic planning and climate change practices, territorial ordinance, development plans that are local or national for investment in resilient infrastructure, and the definition of having clarity that the climate objectives have to be tied to investment and the policies that also exist in all these sectors of the country. So with these topics, if we work over these three subjects, we will work over the three most important variables to focus on climate change. Maybe point out two things that are very important, and that is that for effects of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and contribute to development, there are many ideas is to have efficiency in the use of resources. My colleague spoke about the use of land resources associated to the capacity of having agricultural areas around cities and protection on natural areas. And I'd say a little bit more of responsibility in the use of resources. And this goes hand in hand with the first reflection. The second one is energy efficiency in the construction sector. We've spoken a lot about it. Sustainable construction, certifications, housing. And there's an effect of sustainable construction in infrastructure, urban infrastructure. And this goes along the resilience in infrastructure as well. And then establish the more scalable exercise of transportation and actions like fuel efficiency, and go into this agenda in a more scalable way, the protection of natural areas, including bodies of water, not only because of the need to have freshwater reserves, but also protection of natural areas. And they have to do with the green supply chain and development in the construction sector, and I think we touched upon this subject a lot. And yesterday we were told about what IDB Invest does and IFC and what Colombia is doing with the EDGE certifications.
Relevante traer es acciones urbanas son críticas para alcanzar.
Urban actions are critical to be able to reach growth, reduction of poverty, and mitigation of climate impact. So urban areas are responsible for 3/4 of greenhouse emissions in transportation and energy. But this also lets us know what actions we have to take in order to reduce waste management, waste in general. And then urban politics that are intelligent in terms of climate and the planning of the use of the land, compact urban forms, ecological buildings, and massive public transportation can help reduce greenhouse gases. And I just wanted to show you the 30 variables. The document is completely public and you can download it. And this is data that we find interesting. These are public documents that you can search for. And then we have a global index for urban areas for 17 countries. These are this is relevant data because it helps us understand the magnitude of the problem. So 87% of the population has increased more than 114 in floods, and it has grown 192% in cyclones and coastal effects. It's not only the increase of population, but also natural disasters to which we have to respond to. This is associated with the sample of the 17 countries, which is the risk index. So there's loss because of natural disaster of $327 billion. And the strongest thing that we have to highlight is, or the most important thing that we have to highlight is that 60% are related to housing. And 47 of these losses are associated to lower income households. The phrase that we always say is that what the property that people have is the most important thing, and this is the most affected part. And we have to respond to the qualitative and quantitative deficit, and the most important asset they have is going to be the most affected one because of climate change. Next one, please. And also, it's important to point out that from 1998 to 2020, 1.85 million homes have been affected and $6.1 billion in losses. And this is very important. It's not only effects that have to do with floods and climate change actions, but it's also housing that is being affected because of earthquake risks, volcanic risks. And it's really important to focus on this. We have to look at it with the homes that can be affected by seismic phenomenon. And each year we lose $1,000 million because of infrastructure involving transport and energy, and then the most affected segment of the population is the lower income part of society. Next one, please. I think a lot has been said, and the nice thing about going at the end, it might sound a little bit repetitive, but this can give us a bit of perspective. And I think that this subject is very important because Latin America calls out our attention, is something that we see as very relevant. Is that, yes, there is a qualitative and quantitative deficit, and we know that this qualitative region is greater, and people can improve their houses. And what we have seen is that the budgetary investment for governments were migrating towards new construction, and now there's a migration on the improvement of homes that already exist. And we have a nice example that Ecuador is starting to gain force, with which our colleagues with IDB and our support, we are supporting as well. And the graph shows that until 2021, the proportion for investment between programs were done for new housing instead of improvement of existing housing. And we had 80% for improvement of current homes. And the other thing that is very important to bring to the table is that we talked about it yesterday in a very interesting way, and also speak about rental homes. So additionally to the conversation from yesterday, which was very enriching, is that we have to find actions that are concrete for Latin America, and the migrant homes that are settling in their countries, at least for Colombia and Peru, which we have analyzed, 90% of these homes live in rented homes, not owned homes. So there's a need to focus on this program, particularly for immigrants, but not excluding the population of the countries. And the case that we analyzed for Colombia and Peru, 40% of homes are still renting their units, not necessarily being the owners. This puts us in a need to respond in scale, but also in time, because these are homes that are needing a rental program, but also with very specific conditions with vulnerable families, or with minimum basic salaries, as we call it in other countries. And then the other thing that I want to point out is with rental programs, is not necessarily in the cases that we have seen in Latin America, evidently the need of a guarantee that accompanies these processes for threats of non-payment of the place that they are renting. This helps us look at other sources, and Paloma was commenting about the funding and guarantees that are supporting rental programs, and maybe speak about the effects of the capacity that a government should have to finance these types of programs. So what we have seen is that not necessarily some countries can destine great resources to these types of programs, but also the articulation with the private sector and these types of rental housing is fundamental for the region, because the fiscal capacity of governments to attend to this problem in the magnitude that it is appearing at, it is a bit lower than what we would want, but also because of the fiscal capacity that we have in Latin America. And the other subject that is a very relevant subject is rural housing, and this has shown up in many of the credit operations that we have the pleasure of supporting in the region. And even though there's a greater number of homes that have deficit, and they are located in urban areas, but the greater level of poverty is still happening in rural areas. So it's necessary to focus on programs of rural living. And there's an important case and three questions that arise in what we have seen. The first one is, should we attend these issues in a scattered way or in a nuclear way? And there's a very particular characteristic of having a way to build that is very relevant to each region. The other one is calculating the costs of attending to these types of housing. So seeing how to subsidize. And we're having a conversation. Maybe it's 100% of support whenever you're speaking about new homes, but maybe what would be the limit for other types of calculations that appear in the region. And the third subject that I wanted to talk about is that this is something that affects us, all of us. It's the condition of the quality of land. And there are great communities that are Afro-descendants, indigenous, that is collective. So there's a really interesting challenge of the dynamics of land to focus on rural programs. So I wanted to shed some light on these issues, and I think that we should keep on working about this. And it's going to be an interesting challenge in the region in terms of the things that we take care of from the bank. And this is something that we have to solve, because the other two subjects can be calibrated with market studies or identifying possible constructors, costs associated to housing that is owned to each region, and also alternate sources for sustainable building in rural areas. But the last one is the collective property of land, which is a very difficult thing to design, to explore options and alternatives. Next.
Y creo que esto lo hemos dicho, han aparecido varias veces.
This has shown up a lot, and it calls to our attention, and with the pleasure that we have to participate and support to try to solve these issues, is the condition of urban living in Ecuador versus rural living that has lower income, and it keeps on showing up in the region. And the growth of population associated with what is happening in intermediate cities. And I think I agree with this a lot, and evidently, in general, the cities have grown more are the intermediate cities, or in the capital cities haven't grown in the same proportion. But what is 100% defined is that what has grown the most are metropolitan areas. So maybe the capital city doesn't grow, but the municipalities that are nearby the capital are the ones that are absorbing this growth that is happening in main cities. There's a really interesting thing that we want to work on is the metropolitan areas. In the last 5 years, the Venezuelan migrants that are going to different cities in the region are becoming vulnerable populations. And the other important subject is informal settlements that are a predominant reality. And the other thing that is important is what affects vulnerable populations and low-income populations. And this is not unique to the country, it's a tendency in the region, and that's why we have the need to work on improvement of programs in rural areas and urban areas that incorporate medium income and also lower income, and the need to work in rental programs that go along with the support that is given to vulnerable families. Next, please. And this is an important subject, and it's an important approach that we do from the bank, and having knowledge of the value chain that will help us orient actions and processes, but also the knowledge of value chain in the informal sector to take care of the two aspects in this sense. And the expectation that we have is to talk about a integral policy that speaks about housing and subsidies. And we know that for housing this will be greater because of the distribution of public services and the focusing on supply and demand, having new homes or fixing existing homes, and then the ownership of homes or the rental of homes. And we find the need to work on rental programs and the housing for houses of middle income and low income, because we know that the middle income population has also needs for their economic development and access to housing and access to the city. This is very interesting in what we are betting on with Ecuador, with the improvement of neighborhoods that is tied to and articulates with housing. So it doesn't mean that if you improve neighborhoods, it's going to be related to public spaces necessarily only, but also housing as another component of improving the surroundings. And we love to support this initiative. And then mitigation and adaptation to climate change. If investments have been destined to the attention in disaster situations, it is important to focus on adaptation to climate change and also the mechanism and the line of investment support for housing that is resilient and having infrastructure that is appropriate, protection of coastal areas, protection of things that are related to housing, the protection of health and education infrastructure, which are the ones that sometimes receive some sort of impact because of natural disasters. So we have to move past mitigation to an investment to adapt to climate change. And here we have to understand, whenever we're speaking about the housing problem, we're talking about families who don't have any problems to access housing but can generate some sort of resources or incentives to have some sort of municipal investment, or families that live in informal housing or low quality housing. So these possibilities are part of what we have to focus in terms of housing. Some reflections that we want to bring to the table in terms of housing for Latin America is increasing the investments and return on housing.
Primer frente de atención, ya lo probamos con el COVID. Durante la pandemia, la mejor forma de preservarse fue tener una buena vivienda y un buen entorno urbano. Entonces, entender que seguir aumentando las inversiones en este tipo de programas.
We have to keep investing in these types of programs and consolidate acquisition markets for housing, social housing. Latin America has been moving forward in the programs related to acquiring homes for lower income people and informal earnings, and then people who have very 1.1 universal basic salaries or minimum salaries in other areas. Define strategies for public financing and private financing for housing and urban development, and this is relevant to define specific mechanisms for the development of infrastructure in which there are incentives, but more than incentives, the measurement of risk so that private institutions can come forth. So there are incentives in which we can measure risk, and it will probably be easier to attract investment, private investment for the development of urban aspects. Yesterday, the presentation about rent was really interesting. And the fourth subject is to advance in the design and consolidation of housing programs in rural areas, having present the characteristics of the population who lives there. The fifth one is to consolidate mechanisms of response in climatic change and management, risk disaster management. And then design not only in planning, but also the construction of housing and the improvement of neighborhoods. And the seventh one has to do with advancing the generation of information and quality. And this is data analysis, and also have information we can cross-reference in terms of healthier cities. But there are also subjects that are important, which is cadastre systems and also registry and public service attention. We don't have this. It's really difficult to have a consolidated action.
I don't want to get you bored, but these are some of the examples that we have in the region. So the first thing is housing. About housing, we support from the bank. We support the agenda of developing better programs of rural programs. And also we have a technical assistance, especially in Colombian case, as how to cross over those credits that could go and harmonize with the bonuses of improvement of social housing, because the amounts of subsidies plus the difficulties that we have in order to execute those credits, one of them is to harmonize those types of credits with the bonuses. The other one has to do with the support that we can give in order to create new lines of credit for informal housing, types of housing. That means that we need to recalibrate the types of programs that we are offering. That's something that we are also supporting in Colombia. And finally, and it's also very nice to see that Ecuador has advanced in this, and it's to understand a little bit about the conditions, how the popular agencies of housing agencies can access credits in order to be scalable to their operations. So in that sense, we also have been working in Colombia in that subject. We've also supported with my colleagues from IDB to design and this program of vulnerable urban housing projects. And I would like to stress this three, the guarantees of non-payment, to talk about the non-payment of administrative services. We can show that it's possible to do, and also vinculate those housing projects that are related with this renting programs. We can do this in an integral way and not necessarily with only one support for 12 months or a year. In Guatemala, we are doing we are improving the infrastructure, the urban resilient infrastructure in communities. It's a very similar line, and this is going to be very interesting to support here this in Ecuador. And in Costa Rica, it's really interesting what we're doing there, because we are also doing integral improvement in neighborhoods, but also includes risk management for disasters. So that includes also identify the regions, the areas, and the strategy for improvement. So this seems it's really important for us to focalize the investments and the crossover of data in order to identify the house, the neighborhood, where it's adequate to and effective to reach. So All of these operations have this data analysis that goes with the information system. 3 more examples in Indonesia. It's a massive program that we are supporting. Is the National Program for Assistance to Improvement of Housing. So this is a very scalable program. They do a very important analysis in terms of resources, but they also control the times of the process. So that makes a reduction of costs at the end. One very important exercise, so that makes also this program scalable in a bigger way. In Argentina, we have been working on how can we associate the home improvement infrastructure related with the neighborhoods. And in Dominican Republic, we are supporting a project, a similar project if everything goes well. We're going to do it here in Ecuador as well, but in Dominican Republic, it's only related with acquisitions of houses. And also we are supporting to the institutional infrastructure that requires the country in order to help them create institutional system for ministries, for the creation of trust funds, and also all of these institutional aspects that is so important in order to achieve this. And this last example that I bring to you is only the way that we are focalizing the investment in every single country that we're working with. So we have, for instance, in Colombia, 17 variables, and in the end, the identification of vulnerable population that we can verify after by visiting the territory.
Y 3 temas que lo que estamos haciendo a través de como Banco Mundial.
So what we're doing as a group, also as a World Bank, that IFC support is the first one is the certifications edge in Colombia. Approximately, we're supporting in Colombia 190,000 units. That's our first subject. The second one is we are also moving forward with the indicator with the pilot program in India in order to identify certifications of auto-build housing projects. And the third one is the project that we're working with in Colombia about the microcredits that goes along with the bonus of improvement and the design of guarantees that supports the secret. Because of the population, the conditions of the populations, we need to support a different type of schemes. And the other issue that I was talking about is the creation of a line of credit and the guarantee that goes along with those products. I'm not going to stop here. I'm not going to take that much time with this slide right now. So this is just an example of what we're doing in the country, in Colombia. Subsidies, partial subsidies to acquisition of housing. The second one is the improvement of the habitat, the sustainable habitat in selected neighborhoods. There's an important subject here is that we can also offer in order to natural disasters, we can offer resources and support the actualization and we can strengthen the public policies also in order to improve the housing projects in the national level. Next one, please.
Y el otro tema que me parecía importante, que nos...
Another subject that I believe it is important also to talk about a little bit is about urban development. I believe that we all agree, but we need to have clarity that 70% of the housing projects that are in Latin America they live in. That means that these families need to improve the area where they live, and there we have an interesting subject because it's not only because of because they're losing income because of migration processes they are having in these cities as a result of what's going on in these central areas. In Colombia, something that is really important, of those 70%, the 30% of those families, they are already in central areas. And 40% of those of that people are already in programs of improvement of their neighborhoods. In Chile, we've seen that the 15% of the population already lives in critical neighborhoods. So this subject about consolidated areas, we need to work in the region, and this is an issue that we are seeing in other parts of the region also. But that has to go along with how many houses are we going to need, and how those new houses need a land to be developed. So in Colombia, we have a very important issue. So those houses are going to need land, right? And that land is going to depend on how much are we going to acquire in relationship with the density. And this discussion about density in the cities goes through not only to talk about the renovation of and the recovery of certain parts of the city, but also how to reach that goal. Specific data. Additional to this, what we have also seen, the expansion of the urban lands, especially in Bogota, 45% in the last 30 years, and 30% and 12% in other cities, Medellin and Cali. This means that we have consumption of half of the city, or 25% of the city, in last 30 years, from the 90s to 2020. We can see that necessity of lands in order to comply with the need of new housing projects.
Listo.
Okay, so here we have a very important subject that we would like to discuss with you. Is that a very important thing is to know that we need lands, but how to access those lands is also important to understand. So this is an exercise that we did for Colombia, and it's also this is not this is not obviously an exercise of understanding how much land do we need, but it is how much is the quantitative deficit and the qualitative deficit. So that equilibrium has to be, it is important, but go back please, because it is not necessarily tied to a supply, a demand of,
Muy clara, armonizada.
And the necessity of new lands is related with. We need to understand how we can address the demand of lands in the city. And the last one is, so how do we understand the demand of land versus what we have? It is really important to understand that balance. Now, this is a very interesting and very important issue that we need to discuss. Because here there's an issue about climate change. So this starts being relevant in the region because 80% of the cities are of the housing are in vacancy in the cities, in Colombia specifically, and we also need to understand how these housing projects can be part of this development of these areas. There's an issue, very interesting issue that we need to discuss, and we've also talked about yesterday, and it's the development of the central areas in the cities that were programs, housing projects of rehabilitation for houses that are already that are part of the
Las grandes, las intermedias o las pequeñas.
patrimony. So in small cities, they have centers that are better preserved, but they also require housing projects for those areas. And lastly, of course, we need to be more specific on the types of tools that we are going to use in order to develop certain areas. So we need to understand not only the habilitation of the instrument, but also how can we offer services, public services, in order to diversify those regions. Next one, please. And again, a little bit of what we've already talked about. We need to treat the land, the formal and informal land. We also need to do an exercise of understanding the balance between the two types of affectation, the rehabilitation of the central areas, and also the urban agglomeration.
¿Qué intervenciones de acupuntura urbana o urbanismo?
Or tactic urbanism that rehabilitates certain areas because they're important because they also help to rehabilitate those areas. In Bogota, we are working with 3 measures: access to transport, identify the reduction through the public spaces to measure, and also to identify if we have an higher demand for commerce and occupation of that public space. And lastly, the existing housing and the new generation of housing, also the improvement of these peripheral areas and the recovery of the central areas. Next one. Here I need to talk about 2 things that could be beneficial. We've already measured this in Colombia, but I brought the Cali case because it's the most interesting one. So increasing annually the 1% of populational density, we can reduce the 60.3% and 84.2% of the gas emissions in new urban regions. And so we can also think about the climate change. So we can generate more fiscal and municipal incentives on other basic stuff like the cost of building.
Urbana dispersa nos permite migrar a transformaciones urbanas.
So the second one allows us to talk about the transformation, the urban transformation, and the demand and housing deficit in central areas.
Bajos incentivos.
Low incentives to participate in renovation projects, obviously to create all this framework and innovative framework of management through trusting funds to medium and small companies, and the financial structuration of land management and community attention. This becomes fundamental for all this institutional arrangement in order for them to have access to private capital sources. A few projects that we are supporting. We are migrating from neighborhood improvements to. Next one, please. And I think this was interesting just since we're talking about climate change. We talked about operations to improvement of the neighborhoods, but we also have another type of supports. The first one are the credits in order to, and also we can support to take care of disasters risk of disasters. The second one is Indonesia. So we are helping with funding of regional infrastructure and training and resources for their municipios. The third one is the emission of
Últimos son
the green funds in Fiji, and last one is the projects of guarantee in Somalia. I am going to repeat this once again. I want to leave you with this message for housing projects and urban development. Of course, they're not independent subjects, but they need to be articulated in terms of politics, investment, and frameworks that allow the participation of public sector, also the community participation, also the execution, and also next one.
Siguiente, por favor. Gracias.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Vanessa, for your extraordinary session panel. And we hope you're enjoying this regional forum of financing and housing. We're going to have a break but I would like to insist that you can help us with our survey, please. The QR code is on the screen right now, and also at the exit of this auditorium. It is very important for us to receive your comments. See you in 5 minutes. 10 minutes, sorry.
Sí, no. Yo no soy.
No, sí sudas.
Ya, dale. Ah, sí.
Bueno, bienvenidos nuevamente a toda la audiencia que se encuentra aquí presente.
Welcome back
Saludo
to
a las
the audience who's
personas
here,
que
and
aún nos siguen
also
acompañando de manera
I
virtual a
wanted to
través
say
de nuestros
hello to
canales
whomever is
oficiales.
following us through our official
Recordamos que este
channels. We
foro está
remind
siendo
you that this
transmitido
forum
en
is being
vivo en
transmitted
inglés,
in
español y
live in English,
portugués.
Portuguese, and
Pueden
Spanish.
encontrar los
You
respectivos
can
links mediante
find
nuestra
the links
página
through our
oficial
official webpage,
www.foro.
www.forourbanoesc.com. Please tag us in your posts with hashtag Urban Forum EC. We are coming to our last minutes of our forum 2023 from Milubi in Ecuador. As the leader of housing and habitat, we bring you the panel called Integration Policies in the Urban Setting with Esteban Torres, who's the advisor of the ministry Milubi. I invite our panelists to please join us. Cecilia Lecaros, who is architect who's the ex-vice minister of the Housing Construction Ministry in Peru. We also have the pleasure of inviting to Andrés Trota, who is part of Salurbal. Marco Cedeño, manager of the public company Creamos Ecuador. Fabián Buele, who is the subsecretary of Habitat and Public Space in Milubi. Paola Valenzuela, who works in Milubi as well. Welcome. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure for me to keep sharing and dialoguing and participating in this regional forum. There have been very important conclusions, a very enriching dialogue and presentations, and this looks to conclude with this panel that has a diversity of actors, and what we have proposed to dialogue in this last panel is having integral policies in socio-urban settings, and this is the third day of the forum. We have spoken about cities of change, and after that we spoke about biodiversidades. We held the third call for the Habitat Prize in Ecuador, and we are seeing all the advancements of last year's winners are developing, and Andrés showed us a very special presentation about healthy cities, and Vanessa, who had to leave us and was speaking about the challenges of urban development. I just wanted to share with you this last space and talk about the policies of socio-urban integration to reach urban development. I wanted to give the floor to Cecilia Lecaros, who can comment about the context in Peru. What do you consider is the main challenge that we have to consider towards building resilient, sustainable, and healthy cities, this variable that is included now? Good afternoon, everyone. I thank the invitation of Minister Aguilera, and I really congratulate all of the teamwork that it's palpable, and the government in general. And this subject is transversal, as many presenters have said. Maybe can you please display the presentation? And to start to respond to your question,
Es un reto.
housing is a challenge. It's a multidisciplinary challenge that implies an origin and an end, which is human beings and communities.
Entonces, en ese sentido, en Perú,
In this sense, in Peru, we have been working with housing policies in Peru that has evolved. In 2021, we had update of housing policies. And in this sense, as policies, we are a young country in regards to housing policies, but it has transcended other governments, and it's important for it to be state policy, and it is important for each country. I wanted to show Peru in numbers in the last 20 years. 43 cities of 43 of the most important cities in the country have grown with 1 million in the surroundings, in the outskirts, and 93% of these million families is informal. We have a problem, yes, but we have a challenge, and we have to look at it this way. In the composition that you see in the graphs, you can see conventional credit, conventional building, and then you have the credit Mi Vivienda, which contributes with 7% of the housing market, and it's also been in the market for 20 years. Techo Propio, that has different modalities, but land occupation is directed to the selling of homes and also the construction in their own property. In Mexico, they were calling it self-production, and that is also managed in different types of politics and policies. If you see the graph on your right, the main cities have a participation of the housing projects and programs, but they also have some informality to it. And adequate informality with self-construction that doesn't have a registry of a property title, doesn't have any licensings or permits, and they have done it outside of the norm. But above all, it's a housing that has been done in the informal way. And the dangers is that they don't have the patrimony of the family, as many presenters have said, but they can be in vulnerable areas, and the majority are in vulnerable areas without doing any land studies in which the family can build their home. And here in this graph below, what does this entail? That families take land in an informal manner with the projection of accessing services. This expectation could last up to 17 years until sewage, water, electricity systems can reach the areas where they are settling. This means that a child is born, and they grow up and they leave their homes and they don't have access to basic services. And this affects their self-esteem and the origin, which is the person and the community that we have to take care of. So going to the sales aspect and generation of market, this land that happens in, whenever we translate it to dollars as a land, without services, it should be $20 per square meter. Whenever this is formalized and we sell a program through housing facilities, the difference is so significant. So being formal in the Peruvian market is fierce. And also the patrimony of the family should have a safe home. This case is going to bring me to speak about subjects that we've touched upon. I congratulate the Urban National Policy because it has sustainability factors in every program. There is no comas in the plan and the policy that is not focused on sustainability. And this axis of climate change helps us reflect about the role that we have to reflect on as architect and urbanist. We have to recognize that we are lacking planning. There are 1,800 districts to what you call cantons here in Peru, and only 15%. In a survey of 2019, 15% has some sort of instrument of planning and land management, use of land. Only 15% of local governments have the function of managing the land for the community. So what does this entail is that they settle in the outskirts with no services, but especially in vulnerable areas. And one of those cases of vulnerability that I'm presenting is a landslide that suffered the Cerro Cruz de Chayapa. It's in the northern part of Lima in 30 June 2022. The effect was a landslide. There wasn't an internal movement in the area, and geographers went to study the area and affected 25,000 square kilometers of meters of an urban area, as we are seeing in the picture. And I'm asking, and we have failed in planning, and we have failed in not to plan, because this occupation in this area is spontaneous, without information from professionals, from us as authorities. And it was spontaneous because there's a tourist complex that is on the left side, and you can't really tell, and people want to be around this so they can offer these services that give life to their homes and their areas, which is the tourism sector. So they decided to be there and settle there, and those are the consequences. So is it an adequate use of the land? If we see here, it's 58 meters that were part of the landslide. Thank God this happened during daytime and not at nighttime. And 42 houses were destroyed. And it ended face-to-face with the neighbor, one of the houses. And this is just a huge failure in planning. And then I'm going to ask Andres if this is a healthy sector. And as Vanessa was saying, what investment projects should we generate here? Where should we start? What we wanted to learn in the ministry is that we conducted search and rescue operations, and thank God there were no human losses, but there were collapsed homes. All that you see here, this line of homes that disappeared and collapsed, but the people who were in the neighborhoods around didn't want to leave. We had to be there offering how to move them from there, take out their animals, offering to save their lives. We weren't there, and the rocks kept sliding. So we don't know if it's going to continue, and we asked them to please save their lives, and we had to do some efforts with the police force and military, and there weren't any landslides after that, but there were tough moments.
Definitivamente.
This is not urban health. Next slide, please. When the emergency was declared, I wanted to show this picture because the magnitude of the hill and the amount of homes that were consolidated there, they're not precarious. We declared the emergency, but we said, what else should we do? And we took tents, but it happened in 2017 in the ministry with the El Niño phenomenon that we took tents to families, and we had 60,000 homes that were collapsed, and there were 13 of the 24 regions that were in state of emergency, and these lasted from 8 to 10 months in tents. And it was a very complicated time for the country in the sense that we had to have attention to emergencies, and we said we won't do this again, we won't suffer from this again. When I saw the tents, I said we're not going to leave people and families for 8 months in tents. And we had a rent relief fund, and this was immediate attention. And it wasn't a short term, but an immediate attention. 2 or 3 days in tents, children, elderly people. It's really complicated in an area that at night the temperatures are very low. Next one, please. So we finished the norm, we ran with lawyers, and we were also struggling with the lawyers, so we went to Congress. And in 3 weeks, we achieved the approval of the law in Congress by unanimity, because everyone's aware that we have a lot of people who occupy vulnerable areas, and the periphery and outskirts of cities are very vulnerable. And there's a prediction, God willing, there is not an earthquake, and there could be 1 million people who suffer damages, and we just have a lot of vulnerable areas without technical guides. So we had a rent relief fund of $135, working with the local government and the mayor who knows their community, who knows who's who. And we had to work with the different levels of government, and immediately we would give them the fund so they would look in nearby areas that were not affected, and we had to figure out what areas this could take place in, a place to rent, and this would have a safe zone that would be outside of the risk area. If there's an additional payment, we help to accommodate people, and this generated a bit of relief in terms of having this type of situation to occur. So your patrimony just disappeared. It's a very tough moment for families. So at the moment, 2 million have been allocated, and this corresponds to the current government. And we have the Yaku emergency fund. So these are pictures of the El Niño phenomenon in 2017. And before climate change, we can't predict rainy seasons, flooding seasons, and the rain calendar in Peru is totally mixed up. The El Niño phenomenon, we hope, is not going to be as severe, and this could happen because cities haven't done what is necessary to mitigate the consequences. And from my point of view as a urban professional, we need to have alerts to prepare to the situation. So we always have to be ready as part of the permanent policies to be able to front these conditions. We can see the cities are a reflection of inequality. So really, people don't want to be there in that place at that time. And we had to rescue some pregnant women through helicopter and children. What capacity do we have to formulate projects in regional and local governments? And the accompaniment of the national government and the accompaniment of international cooperation, all the prizes that we can get, the technical assistance prizes and management, help a lawyer or an attendant to do what they have to do as a light at the end of the tunnel, because really their capacity to generate these investment projects is very low. And this is where we have to work in. If doctors and engineers and architects, we all should be part of the programs to help out in the territory and helping authorities, listening to the communities, so that we can concrete plans to whatever is needed. So planning is not failing, and the mayor of Puerto Viejo said, let's not fail our communities, let's plan to reverse any vulnerability that we can see from informal settlements. And I think as a message, I have one more slide maybe, please. Next. As a message, I would tell you to humanize urban and housing policies, really. The beginning of the end should be the community. We have to listen to them, and housing policies can lead us to have more than what we have achieved in Peru, and I really congratulate the efforts that we have seen and the different programs that I have seen in Ecuador. I am taking with me a lot of the experiences, a lot of the messages of each and every one of the mayors that really feel as this policy is theirs. Thank you. Thank you so much, Cecilia. This is really important to humanize urban housing policies. And this is precisely what we look for with each generation of other programs that are holistic and that start, and then we think about these smiles of women, of children. They are not cold facts or numbers, cold numbers. These are lives. And
Nos comentaba
what Andrés was telling us about, and he was telling us about cities that heal themselves, that protect. This is a great challenge, that this is the stage in which people achieve health that is related to mental, physical aspects. And I wanted you to help me delve deeper in how we are working with sociology, psychology. How do we move towards what you were saying, which is a multidisciplinary approach for the sector that incorporates fundamental aspects such as health? What are the key aspects so that we can change our focus? Well, thank you. I wanted to mention 6 points that could be interesting in the context of the outcomes that we are presenting about urban health. And the first point that I want to talk about to whomever is fronting management in the urban context has to do with the centrality that cities have, and this is redundant in hierarchies of needs. And these are objectives in that cities in Latin America, we have a high level of urbanism, such as Argentina, that has 85% of its population that is urbanized, or our peers from Uruguay, who have around 90% of their population that is urbanized. And this in general terms, we can see that we're lowering or decreasing to 60% in Central America, but we are in a region that there is a really high level of urbanism, and what this means for the population in terms of opportunities and negative effects as well for health, because there are positive effects, but there are also negative effects. And why are cities important? To document, study, and understand the problematic. It's because Latin America is the most unequal part of the world. It's the most unequal region in the world. And these inequalities exist, and we know them, we can document them, and this will help us understand the type of interventions that we want to develop to improve the health situation. For example, if this inequality, as we have shown previously, in the cities starts to grow, these inequalities drag a history of inequality that each time has a different magnitude with the population growth and population density, and these inequalities invite us to think in a creative way. In Latin America, we have situations that were not well thought out about nutrition, and there are inequalities that contrast fat people from skinny people, rich people, and skinny people, and rich skinny people. So these inequalities break the logic that we use to explain inequality. So the second element that I wanted to point out is that these cities place the reflection in a contextual manner of intervention in the context. This is very interesting, especially with the health situation, because this situation makes us think that not only is it important to think about health in these cities as people and also populations, not only the homes, as we were discussing previously, but also the neighborhoods. And this is very important to see the conditions, the health conditions, especially whenever we are thinking about cities as actors that promote health, prevention in health. The reality is that the majority of all these health-related actions are done outside the health system. And here there is a great opportunity to produce great changes in the urban contexts. Imagine that in Argentina, around 9 to 10% of GDP is destined to health expenses. Even if there's a great part of actions related to health are defined outside of the health system, and the contextual dimensions that we see, cities have an important aspect to highlight to whomever is working in these aspects and making decisions and proposing policies, developing intervention strategies. And I also think that it's important that the concentration of the urban space has generated great impacts in urban mobility. And our findings show that there is a centrality that impacts positively when public transportation, the public transportation infrastructure is highly developed. And there is a vicious cycle that is difficult to break. In general, whenever there are situations in which public transportation is efficient and this is deficient, this has consequences in safety. So people are trying to have their own vehicles. So there's a vicious circle that whenever the development of public transportation and the experience of Bogotá through the Transmicable, there's a huge impact on health. And all of these dimensions that make health in terms of context, environment, green spaces, and socio-sanitary situations. The other point that I would like to explain with these last 2 points, I will make my closing remarks. In one way or another, the presentations that we had, the importance of having data is essential. And here we have a huge challenge because the production of data deals with personal lives of people. And there's a situation in which we produce data, what for and in what context? How can we produce data for sectors in which basic conditions are available? So what if we don't produce data in context of inequality, poverty? And obviously, this makes us face challenges that we could summarize. Maybe this is an idea that is developing in some sort of algorithmic justice. All these ways to produce data have to deal with ethics in the production of data, but are really important. And the presentations highlighted this in these last 3 days of having information, data that is available, that will help and position better the decision-making process for documenting the situations of inequality for the context of cities in Latin America. And finally, A sixth element, and with this I'm closing, is that cities are protagonists in this discussion of climate change.
Algunas medidas que
And some measures that we can take in the contextual dimension is to generate great changes, and also taking into consideration the dimension and the level of urbanization that we have in the region, and also the context of Latin America. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias también, Andrés. Creo que aquí cabe otro.
Thank you, Andrés. Another element is also important, and it's the articulation between sectors. This necessary ecosystem for the generation of sustainable cities and the creation of synergies. And direct participation of different actors of society is key to reach urban sustainable development. I would wish Marco Cedeño, manager of the public company Creemos Infraestructura, how do public-private actors, international cooperation agencies can coordinate actions to have urban sustainable development. Thank you again. Really, in this forum, we have listened a lot about data, about subjects that are happening or topics that are happening in Latin America and other countries. And as an Ecuadorian, we are recognizing ourselves in different contexts. And we saw how the El Niño phenomenon affected them. And I remember that this happened to us. In the aspect of health in cities, the environmental pollution has so much effect in Sao Paulo and Brazil, started to have a really strong effect. And I was thinking about cities like Quito and Guayaquil, and we're possibly going to the same place. In these 3 days, we saw a lot of information, and the first question comes to mind, and I do this as a project developer. Sometimes we plan, and we see what we have to do, and thank God right now in the public company we're implementing projects, and we know that this data, this information, has to be applied. We can't expect to have those troublesome situations, but try to think about what we want now. And I take the opportunity to congratulate the Midubi because they generated a national urban policy, a policy that doesn't have to do with something related to government or state, but also with a futuristic view that is more holistic. It's right. Data gives you a lot of information, but right now we have to take decisions. We're listening to multilateral entities, CAF, IDB, World Bank, and they were telling us these are the characteristics of what we have to do, and Vanessa was exposing her points. She had the funds that were going to be assigned, and this is where the intervention will take place. And of course, we have to see as a bank where the resources are. Of course, as a state, we have to humanize where the resources are going to go, but the question is what happens later. Because this investment has to be holistic, and public policy, the formulation of these policies have to be sustainable so that they can last through time. It's not only building one house, but this integration with other actors from different sectors, social, communal, to try to reduce the social gaps, because it's not only health, it's safety, it's environment, it's ecosystem, it's habitat. Whenever we have an urban national policy that allows us to work in an integral manner and allows us to work as a state with other actors, we can identify that this investment that we can only see in numbers also has improvement of the quality of life, human quality, and also a society that is much more equitable and fair, that allows in the statistics that we were informed about, how is education moving forward, how is health moving forward, how are these social systems moving forward, environmental systems. I firmly believe that the country has the conditions to do so. I firmly believe that even though we have seen these statistics, it is the moment to implement them and plan for the future. We're speaking about the use of land, use and management of land. In our country, there aren't many municipalities that are concentrated on doing this. And right now, this is a great opportunity to move forward in this planning focused on the urban, social, cultural aspects. I think that the country has the conditions to continue with the legacy that has been information. Whenever we're in the territory, we see a lot of problems. But whenever we look back of the road that we have traveled, and one says, I understand why the ministry has a subsecretariat that gives out the official documents so that people have their property titles and their house titles, and I understand why we have a subsecretariat that works in parks so that they're inclusive, and we have another subsecretariat that is starting to build homes. When you unite this whole segment and you understand the real logic behind what the ministry is doing, you can verify that we are speaking about a national policy. In this sense, the hope to move forward with this is very positive and available. As a project develop, I think that the future for the country is bright. When we are speaking about multi-actor systems, the state, social, civil society, and also smaller projects, whenever we're speaking about neighborhoods, projects that will allow us to integrate ourselves, understand their needs, because many times what has happened is that we believe that if this works here, it's going to work somewhere else. And the reality is that one has to know the context, the neighborhood, parish, city, state, and I congratulate the ministry and the minister and this synergy that is considering many sectors under the same principle of community, society, that are the ones that at the end of the day will show us the real results of a national public policy.
Thank you very much, Marco. And with that conviction that you've been working at the Miduvi and now in-house reviewing how these steps have been taken, I would like you to give you the word, Paola, the Subsecretary of Land Management. So if you could please share with us your efforts in order to build better sustainable societies and what are the challenges that you're facing. Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be part of this panel with all of you. Indeed, during these 3 days, we have heard different interventions and expositions, that numbers that tell us how the cities are growing, also the growth of the population that lives in urban areas, and how this growth also, we've also listened to a few experiences that tell us a little bit about how we can reduce those gaps. And in that sense, the Miduvi has a few experiences led by our Madam Minister that, as she said in the morning, we're always working with a lot of passion, and that gives us the impulse in order to put projects out there. So with the subsecretary, we do a lot of actions. For instance, for example, we build technical regulations that are done by the central governments, but also implemented by local governments in order to, in the end of July, we the plans of use and land management that Marco mentioned a few minutes ago, these actions that we must execute with the activation of a threat or when a disaster happens, these regulations are always socialized with the governments, with the local governments, decentralized local governments, and we also were looking spaces in order to strengthen the capacities and technical assistance in order to be able to put them into work, these regulations into work. We are also administering, we are always coordinating with the local governments in order to identify secure land. We do this as reserve land in order to build social housing projects, in order also to reduce our housing deficit, but also to attend our emergencies. As Peru was presenting their experiences, we also had Alaucín and a number of disasters, natural disasters, what we had to work. And that is why we have a secure land reserve that from the subsecretary we are always working with. And the identification of secure land is a process that we work with so much efficiency when we have the information that we've been talking about this subject in this forum, that when we have updated information, so that is why Miduvi, through this subsecretary, we are working on a project of on the consolidation of system here in Ecuador that has a financing of more than $100 million from CAF, that so we can give to the local governments so they can update their registrations. So lastly, I would like to say also that I believe that sustainable development cannot be so that is why our politic has an integral vision of the territory. It's precisely in rural areas that we have another project also that we have mentioned this in this forum, is the Creamos Patrimonio project that has as objective to recognize the pacific possession of rural lands destined for housing. This is a really important project for us because we legalize those lands, given to the people, given to the community a proprietary title. That way we guarantee the legal security over the land. We have 21 municipalities right now. We are working on a massive way. So this is a pioneering project that allows us to close our work in rural urban areas. And that's one of the strategies that we have in order to implement our public urban policies.
Bien, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Subsecretary. And understanding a little bit more from the Subsecretary, the Subsecretary Fabian Buele is going to tell us a little bit about how they are promoting these things about the cities, thinking about neighborhoods, about nature, cities that are configured around public spaces, understanding that this is a constitutional right to have secure and healthy cities. So please tell us a little bit, what are you doing? What is the work that you're doing behind this healthy cities? First of all, good afternoon with everybody. I do believe the accelerated growth that cities have today, they basically force us to build this better policies. Nowadays they are a necessity actually in order to protect our citizens. Roy from UN Habitat was telling us about this, and also the experts were telling about this, the right to a city and the right to the use of spaces are now an obligation for the governments to make them a reality. So we need to so today we need to in the future, basically, when we are talking about these subjects, we don't need to talk about our own public policy, which we are really proud of. One thing that is fundamental is the intervention and the improvement of the conditions, housing conditions that we have in the country right now. In that sense, from the subsecretary, we follow two specific projects that are really important for us, and that clearly they support the intervention in the social cohesion project. So, inclusive cities. What are the interventions that we're doing? We're consolidating parks. We are improving the conditions of accessibility and justice and equality to the public spaces, but they have the special component that is forcing to local governments in order for them to look to public spaces. It is interesting when we have conversations with the mayors, they realize the importance of having public spaces with optimal conditions, and besides the investment that we do through our programs, mayors are also investing. It happened in Loja, for instance. You can do this, but we can also project this also. So the look to the public space is fundamental right now, because the public spaces are in their own nature the principal element of cohesion in a society, and it's important for the people that lives around those spaces. It's really important that those processes that are already established in an executive decree of public policy, national public policy, that determines clear. Another aspect that we work with in our subsecretary with the World Bank has helped us and obviously has financed us in the same way. Besides having this component or infrastructure development, I do believe it has an important component that is to look into the core of the neighborhood, of the people, to strengthen the neighborhoods. Today is very important. Maybe that rupture of social cohesion derives in problems. For instance, that insecurity. I don't know my neighbors. I don't take care of myself. That's the importance of the improvement program of neighborhoods that has a component of strengthen the relationships of the neighborhood, and also to strengthen the capacities of the neighborhood in order for them to be the ones who offer solutions, promote solutions, and the neighbor to also understand what are the operations that they can access independent of the government. So that's the legacy we leave right now. We leave a seed, the importance of having a united neighborhood. In that sense, I do believe that we have given an example of how national public policy through our projects are focusing on social inclusion, and I do believe that it's fundamental that this policy must be always focused on the people. That is the most important component of a city. As the minister says, the smiles of the children, the smiles of the women. For them, that is why this process is so important, for the smile of this people, the happiness of this people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much also, and I want to thank to every single one of you. I would like just to add a last conclusion, to be able to face these challenges from with this new instrument that is the new policy, public national policy, and of course this leave clear proposals, and this is one of the most important things that we have lived in this regional forum, and I thank you for your time. Thank you to all the panelists.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. If you could please stay a little bit longer on the stage for the official picture.
Muchas gracias, Esteban, y gracias.
Thank you very much, Esteban, and thank you to our panelists for their contributions in order to generate a good governance for the sustainable urban development. And this is the end of our forum, our regional forum 2023. Before giving the word to our dear Madam Minister, we are very honored of being the hostess of this important event. It has been an honor for me and to be witness of all the discussions and the knowledge shared and all the connections, the valuable connections that we've established during these 3 days. In the name of the whole team, organization team, we want to thank you for your participation. During this forum, we have talked about crucial subjects related with urban financing and housing. We have had the opportunity to listen to experts that shared their innovative ideas and that have collaborated in order for us to learn. And we also think on how countries can attend in a better way the housing deficit. We had the opportunity also to heard about financing housing social projects, and also we extend the invitation to participate in the new prize Habitat Ecuador, so you can participate with your projects focused on climate change. And the most important highlight of this forum was the signature of the Decree 880. This was the most important thing that happened during this forum. Now we invite our Madam Ministry, Gabriela Aguilera, so she can give us the last words of...
Muchas gracias. Creo que
Thank you very much. I do believe that we have lived of this 3 days, this wonderful 3 days, and this is happening because of you, each one of you that make this forum, urban financing and housing, has been possible. First round of applauses. We're going to give a lot of round of applauses. So please come with me for the marvelous team at the Miduvi that has been with me, that has been together with me 25, as the song says, 25/8, not even 24/7. So all my gratitude for the achievements that all the achievements that you've made.
Bueno, el equipo del Foro, realmente el trabajo de
Also, I would like to thank for their silent work in every single corner of this auditorium, the organization team and the table, and the round tables and the cabins and the team, the communication team, the vice minister team, the subsecretary teams, the coordinations, planification, from general management. So big round of applause for all of them, and especially for Natalia Dueñas that has coordinated this whole event. Thank you very much. A round of applause also for our beautiful hosts that with their smiles have been able to transmit all the challenges within this 2 years of work, and now we see them in the signature of the decree, the presidential decree. Thank you very much, Dani and Edu.
por ser los rostros.
You are the faces of this forum. To all the multilateral organizations, IDB Laugh, it's amazing to have these 3 IDBs projects in the same event, together with the CAF organization, the Celiac project, GIZ, UN Habitat, that have been together with us in those 2 years of work, believing in our work and in us, believing in our proposals and innovative proposals, and also believing that the transformation of our country is possible. Thank you very much. Without you, this couldn't be possible.
El día de hoy, así que no.
So, a round of applause for them. Thank you.
Y junto con ellos a los
And also, I would like to thank the financial institutions that have been with us and that are part of our program, our housing program, through our social housing project. Banco del Pichincha, Mutualista Pichincha, Mutualista de la SUAY, Banco General Rumiñahui, Cooperativa Tuntaki, our most sincere for allowing us to work with the financial and giving access to the families that the families that they need this housing projects, also in hand with the construction companies and promoters and developers. To the academies, civil society, and please, let's give a special round of applause to Ricardo Narvaez, Vice Minister, please. This is a teamwork, and I am super proud of leading this minister. So thank you very much, Ricardo. And finally, to my team, to my consultants, to the people who's together with me, Esteban, Juan Carlos, Edu, Dani, Nati, Andrés, Javier,
David, Ivoncita.
Yvonne, Sita, thank you very much, because every single day we are together working to transform this. I just want to leave I just want to give you a final word, and it's precisely all of these stories, all of these faces, all of this that we have had the opportunity, the immense opportunity to transform their lives. All of this is smiles. That's is like the phrase that I try always to inspire my team. All of this smiles are the inspiration, and the smiles of our mothers, of the children, of the elders, of the who we have reached with our attention, with our work, are our biggest motivation, our biggest inspiration, and they motivate us to be better professionals. That is, I do believe that is understood also. They motivate us to be better human beings. That's what's make the difference in this team. I would like to say thank you to all of you once again, to the general managers, to the directors, to coordinators, to the 3 subsecretaries, to the 3 coordination. I hope I'm not forgetting anybody, and to the vice minister, to my teamwork. Thank you very much. I do believe that we are taking with us lots of knowledge from this forum. I do believe that the Madam Minister has said everything already. I'm going to be precise and short. I do believe that this journey has been great work from the ministry. This is the 3rd forum, so this one is the best one for me. So it's amazing to being able to close this forum this way. That shows the compromise that from you, Madam Minister, and the team and your teamwork. This is the work that that makes us really happy. So to show what the Menuvi is doing to the region, that gives us it's a great honor. So thank you, team. Thank you, everybody, and we're going to make this happen to the last day. Do not doubt about it. And leave you with a phrase that we thought about with our team and with our. We change lives and we walk through a promising future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And for the emotion, I was missing someone. I don't want to stay with that. Thank you very much to the public company Creamos Infraestructura, to Marco and all his team for all their support, to the public enterprise of a public company from Santo Domingo. I do believe that that's the Ecuadorian team that we need to keep working to the last day, as Ricardo said. And behind every single one of us, we have our families that are super important and that not here right now, that we take them in our hearts and push us to be better every single day. Thank you to our families, to our mothers, to our fathers, husbands, wives, to our children, that motivates us to be better every single day. And I'm going to share the last video, a closing video. Do not expect that much, but we did this video with lots of love. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias a todos por habernos acompañado en estos 3 días maravillosos en el Foro Regional de Financiamiento Urbano y de Vivienda, en el que hemos podido intercambiar las experiencias de Ecuador y de la región.
Este Fórum Regional de Financiamento Urbano e Habitacional foi construído com amor, dedicação, trabalho em equipe e união. Fizemos isso juntos.
A great experience that brought together national and international government leaders, important figures, cooperation organizations, and both public and private sector actors, all united by a common set of goals and objectives.
Y en equipo, continuaremos trabajando de manera comprometida para transformar la vida de más familias vulnerables en nuestro país. Con el apoyo de todos ustedes y de los organismos multilaterales, implementaremos la política urbana nacional para llevar a nuestro país hacia el desarrollo urbano sostenible.
Bueno, solo agradecer a nuestra querida ministra, a nuestro querido viceministro, un gran honor haber sido parte de este exitoso